Hello, everyone. I'm going to stop share screen now. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's well. Thank you all so much for joining today. Good morning, rise and shine. Or for some folks, it is your afternoon. Hello, good morning, and good afternoon. My name is Eva Lee, and I am a strengths and career coach focused on helping others really decide their path, their career path, their interests, their values, and their skills, and helping them build the tips and tools that's going to essentially launch them into the world of work or re-enter the workforce. So I'm so glad that you are here today with me. I am the owner of Eva Lee Company, where we focus really just on helping individuals, job seekers, and career changers. And I appreciate everyone's energy and time. And I'm so excited that you are all here today on a Saturday, that you're taking your time to invest in yourself, to really take the opportunity out of your busy day, your busy schedule. So I really appreciate that. I just want to make sure I'm not on mute. There's lots of buttons for me right now in front of me and screens. And so I'm going to be kind of looking just to make managing it a little easier. But thank you all so much for joining, and I really appreciate that. I'm quickly going to, it looks like Zoa's here. I'm excited for today's event. Thank you, Zoa, for coming. Really appreciate that. As Nav Kim, hello, I'm so excited for this event. Thank you for having me, and our microphones, our microphones are muted. Yes, the microphones are muted right now, just because for now it's in a chat, but if you wanted to quickly speak up, on the bottom left, there's a manage the mic part. And if you want to, you could request the mic if you want to say something really quick. Joy's here. Good morning. And of course, Eden's here. Good morning. So whether, and again, some folks are watching from YouTube. So if you are, unfortunately, you won't be able to interact with this, with the group today, but you're watching, and hopefully we'll be able to see some of those, what is the conversation that's happening over at YouTube if you are watching from the YouTube, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. So again, thank you so much, everyone. Really excited to be here. I'm going to take about the rest of the 8 minutes to quickly jump over and give you an overview of what's happening today. It's a whole series. So I wanted to kind of introduce a little bit more about my work, and then jump over the agenda, and then really hammer into the topics today. It's a lot of things to do, a lot of conversations happening and opportunities, and I wanted to kind of break that down before we launch. And so this event, so Reimagine Your Career Summit, was something I was thinking about. I've always wanted to do something like this, but I just didn't have the, time, energy. Like most people, I'm very busy. The days goes by so fast. By the time you know it, it's like the beginning and it's the end already. And I'm like, what? How is that possible already? So during the pandemic, or at the beginning of it, it was a lot of like changes happening all over the place across the country and the world. And when the pandemic really started to hit, like that first month or two afterwards, and I heard a lot about how people in the community were losing their jobs, or across the nation, people getting laid off, their hours were even cut tremendously because of the pandemic. And so it really started to hit me more. And I do this all the time. I help a lot of university students and professionals think about, their career aspects. But I didn't realize how much I was going to be doing it for the community. And it really was something that was home to me, because I didn't know how to help. I was figuring out, like, how do I help my community thrive? How do I help them succeed? And I see that they're hurting. A lot of people were losing their jobs or hours, especially for folks who are working paycheck to paycheck, who have, rent due, the gas, the car broke down, there's, or the house. And I started to hear all these stories, and it just broke my heart, because everybody was stuck. And I was trying to find a way where I'm like, how can I help my community? And the good thing so far, as we're going through the pandemic, we're learning all these tools and tips and strategies and how to be more efficient in the workplace for the folks who do have work. And I was very fortunate where I was able to work from home and still do all the things I do. But I realized that's not the case for everyone. Whether they're essential workers or they have to go work, for example, at, the restaurants or even the fast food chains or the grocery market. That's not the case for them. And so, they're putting their lives on the line each day when they enter the workforce, when they report to work. And so I was like thinking about how can I help? Again, going back to the question, how can I help? What can I do to help everyone in the way that I can? And I thought about, the people who lost their jobs, who are undecided, or maybe, like I said, even if you have a job and you're thinking, how do I take the next move? How do I upgrade, right? How do I get myself promoted? Or especially because with the pandemic hitting, a lot of people had to shift their responsibilities and duties, and that was not part of the job description, right? And so retraining, relearning, shifting your skills, upgrading them. And so I thought about putting a summit together to talk about, these things. I have conversations all the time with people about. And I figure, why don't we do this, with our audience to give folks sort of a refresh, for us to reimagine our career a little bit more. Because the fact is, when the pandemic is over, all of us, for the most part, will be re-entering the workforce. And what I mean by re-entering the workforce is now entering the workforce not as you are now, but as the new version of you. And what I mean by that is like understanding about your skills, that your skills has now, whether you've been working through the workforce, you leveled up, you learn new skills. Or maybe perhaps if you were one of those who got laid off or going to be entering the workforce for the first time, you need to rechannel, re-energize your skills and your knowledge and your abilities in order to make yourself a competitive candidate. Because again, the reality is, when the pandemic is over, and even before it's over right now, many companies and organizations across the country are hiring. They need to hire. They will be rehiring regardless of what the situation is, because they need help. They need your expertise, your knowledge and skills. And so I know that, when you're applying for jobs or you're looking for a promotion, you're not competing with just one applicant. You're competing with people in your cohort or your same knowledge and skills. You're competing across a whole bunch of other people as well. People who've been working 10 plus years in the workforce, and as well as people who are entering the workforce for the first time. And so how do you stand out? How do you really show an employer, a future boss, and tell them that you have what it takes? And so I was thinking about this, and I realized let's highlight some main points and tips and strategies to help you launch. I think people think about, like, in the panic mode, it's like, oh, I'll apply for a job after the pandemic is over. No, don't do that. Apply for jobs before the pandemic is over, right? Do it now. There are many organizations hiring. I think that in the beginning, yes, a lot of organizations had to cut down, reduce costs. But now in 2021, lots of organizations are hiring, looking for internships, looking for professionals to enter the workforce, and even promoting within. And so there's a lot of opportunity that's still happening. And I want us to kind of think about reimagining our career, like, what it is today, and then what it's going to look like in 5 years, and perhaps even 10 years. And it's not the same. It is different. We're at a point in time where our careers are evolving and they're changing, and that requires for us to change and shift our focus, our energy, our skills, and in order to really be competitive in the workplace. So I just want to echo that and give people some insight, and which is why I brought together this whole day of, again, series of fireside chats where you're going to hear from a lot of professionals, experts, people who are really, who has the craft, who has knowledge and can give us insight a little bit about their experience since the pandemic, right? And what have they been doing, as well as, and giving you a few tips and strategies to launch you on your way on their specific topic. And these are the people who I admire, who I just really appreciate their insight. And I appreciate them so much because I know that it's a Saturday and they're taking their time, again, out of that busy schedule to spend time with us today. So I just really want to feature them and also allow you to get to know about them, about their strategies and their tips, and helping you launch in your own way. At the end, we'll have some breaks in between as well, so got to do quick stretch breaks. But we'll also have time to jump into some networking. So if folks are on Run the World today with us live in our session today, you get to do some networking together. I think when we do events like this, oftentimes is we miss networking with one another. I think that's one of the things I miss from, being in the workplace and meeting, connecting with people, is actually getting to know them and learning from them and hearing and tips. I think we can see emails all day. We can probably see messages all day. but being able to be in a place where you can really connect with one another. So there'll be a little chance to do some speed networking. And then at the end, there's also opportunities to do some roundtable discussions. People who are participating today can also have their own roundtable if they want. If there's a topic that's on their mind, they're like, hey, I just want to discuss with people and see if anyone's interested in kind of just chatting more about this. So there'll be some roundtable discussions at the end. And that pretty much wraps up our day. We have a whole series of fireside chats with breaks built in, and of course, speed networking, and then a roundtable. So if you're able to join us for the whole duration of the event, great. If you're not, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. And hopefully you'll get to join us to do some more of that in the future. All right. So it looks like that's pretty much my 9-10 one. We're going to jump in the next section to go and meet with Eden, who's going to start our first segment. So hang tight, everyone. So if you are on Run the World's Way, just join the session that says Finding Your Purpose, and that's where you can be in the room with Eden. And then we are good to go. Yeah.
Great to see you, Eva.
And I'm so good to see you. And it looks like folks are here today with us as well. So hang tight, everyone. Okay, wonderful. So before we have Eden talk, I want to quickly introduce her really quick. So Eden is someone who I worked with before, who I just deeply admire. And I'm so excited that Eden's here today. She's an awesome person. She's a career coach. Let me give you a quick walk through her bio really quick because she's just so fantastic, and I have it right here. So just give me a couple of time. But if folks don't know, Eden is a career coach, and she's worked with people from all walks of life as well. She does, job search techniques. She has helped people with career development, resume, career exploration, networking strategies, including especially for folks, a lot of people in transition, career transitioners, and a lot of self-practices. And self-care practices. But her coaching and her work is really focused on a person-centered framework. And so thank you, Eden, so much for sharing your time with me today and our viewers, whether they're catching us live here today or on the replay. And if folks know, Eden's going to really talk a little bit more in a bit about finding your purpose, this topic of how do you find your purpose? And we'll dive in a little bit in a bit. But before we get to that, Eden, really quick, what's your favorite food?
Great question.
On a Saturday, are you thinking about food? When you think about food,
of course I am. That's a great question, Eva, and thank you for the wonderful introduction. I'm so happy to be here with you all, those that are live and those that get to see this afterwards. So it's great. I have to say, though, first thing Saturday morning, I am thinking about food. I'm thinking about brunch. I am always a brunch fan. So anything savory or sweet. I mean, pancakes, eggs. I just had a brunch last week, and it's so great that things are opening up again and safely outside. So it's just great to kind of get back into that and enjoy some favorite local spots.
That's wonderful. I know that's one of the things, with the pandemic, I miss brunch. I miss the ambience of the restaurants, the sound of the music, people coming in and out of the restaurants, or even us eating out on the patios. So I'm so glad, yes, like you're saying, things are opening up slowly a little bit more and more. I know I just got vaccinated, my first dose yesterday. So that was really exciting. So I'm we're getting closer and closer, everyone. So tell us a little bit more, Eden, about your work. How did you find your career path?
Yeah, that's a great question too. So many great questions here that one, has a larger story, but it also, I'm always enthused by my work. I think I'm enthused by being a career counselor and coach based on the variety and the great conversations to have and the depth of where career coaching goes. So I'm currently a career and job coach at Sacramento Employment and Training Agency in Sacramento, and that is a county agency. We provide employment and training services to anyone that's a Sacramento County resident. So working with just a huge variety of individuals. As you had mentioned in the introduction, Eva, that is something that's near and dear to me, is helping people and individuals who are transitioning and coming into the workforce for the very first time, or transitioning and maybe have had long periods of gaps of not in the workforce, and then helping them retrain and build skills to then re-enter back into the workforce, And a large part of my work too is helping people retain and stay in the workforce as well. So it's been a wonderful journey and time there so far. I've been there for about 1.5 years now. So it's been difficult during the pandemic, I have to say, to just, I think inspiring hope. And that's what I love about my career too. I always wanted to get into the helping field and really thought I was going to go into the education route, which a lot of career coaching is education. So it's been kind of a nice blend of both worlds in that. And I think just really finding that career counseling specifically has aspects of counseling and helping people find and dig deeper to their why, but it also really focuses on building resilience and hope, which is why I love doing what I do.
That's so good. So, and I know there's never enough time because our time is a little limited, but can you tell us a little bit more about what did you learn in 2020? Did you ever think you'll do this type of work? Has your work changed because of the shift and the changes?
Oh, absolutely. It has. I have learned so much in 2020. I think I personally have learned that, the focus even more on presence and slowing down and realizing we had to all kind of churn in and focus on what was right in front of us. So that's something that's been a huge takeaway for me. I think focusing on, seeing the focus on mental health and a lot of people in isolation and fear and scarcity and, kind of that scarcity mindset and really helping people maybe find hope out of that and maybe build steps like retraining or skill building during this time has been really important in my work. It's changed how I've looked at every aspect of my work. It's also then turned it back when, that's a really important role as a career coach, I believe too, is turning that work back to yourself and, making it believable. If I'm sharing things with, my clients and people I'm coaching, I want to be doing the work too. I'm taking care of my mental health in 2020. I started seeing a therapist again, and it's been really, really empowering in that regard as well. So I've learned so much and, continue to learn a lot still in 2021 with the pandemic still here. But also I think that focus on skill building. I've really looked upon myself to see where can I continue to build my skills too in different skill sets, especially in the technology world too. I think that's been a huge focus as well with the pandemic and gearing people up for this new wave of technology awareness.
Yes, I think that's one of the things that, since the pandemic, I also learned was we're all going to be Zoom pros by the end of the year.
We are.
We're just going to all be Zoom pros, And so I apologize for folks. This is the first time using Run the World platform. If you're live with us today in our sessions today, it is new to me and I'm sure it's new for everyone. Mm-hmm. But I think that was the hardest piece, was challenging ourselves and realizing this is the skill set and I'm going to have to level up. Like we were saying, retraining. It's projected from the World Health Economic Forum that in 2025, in the year 20, which is not even too far if you think about it, we're in 2021. In
4 years. Yeah.
The whole entire world, where most of the folks in the workplace have 50% of the population who are working need to retrain their skills.
Sure.
Needs to upgrade their skills. And a lot of that, it revolves around technology because, again, how do I make sure that I'm not going to be replaced by a robot, essentially, right? The work that I'm doing. What's stopping a CEO, a big corporate company, to say, I really don't need that many workers to do this. I can just hire a bot to do it, an Autobot, a machine learning, right? And that's why, again, when I was thinking about putting this together, I was like, oh my goodness, this is so important. So diving down a little deeper, right? Yeah. I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about what is finding your purpose? How do you really center yourself around that? Because with the world changing, a lot of the changes and shifts are happening in the workplace. How do you find your purpose?
How do you find your purpose? The $1 million question. I have people come in and, sometimes sit down with me and say, what is this that I'm doing? What is my career purpose? What is my life purpose? And sometimes I also like to say, it depends on where you're at with that, where, with each individual having unique ideas around purpose, because purpose is so large when we think about it. Just having this topic and being passionate about it it's very philosophical, right? There's many layers of purpose, of life purpose and meaning in life. But I think too, with the work that I've done and been so fortunate in focusing on and helping supporting people's career journeys and career purpose, it's really understanding, asking yourself those sometimes difficult questions. What do I care about most? What's igniting me, deeper inside? What is, what am I not just passionate about? What are the whys behind that passion? Sometimes I also think people can become too narrow and think, I need to have just this one sole purpose. And I always tell people to back up and say, think about, you may have a few purposes in life, and really kind of getting clear first. And I always like to make this an important part of the purpose-driven work is understanding your interests, understanding your skills and strengths, understanding your values. And you can even almost it's so fun even. You can almost make that and break that down into a formula. Some people I really I kind of circle each one and like this, values plus skills plus interest can equal your purpose. Really, if you look at each one and focus and really, that question of kind of sitting with yourself, getting clear, getting comfortable with telling your story, reading and writing. I always tell people, ask them, what are you reading currently? Maybe if you enjoy writing, what are you writing about? Start there with kind of maybe centering oneself. I also ask, if people are open to gratitude practices. I think, just getting maybe clear on what you're grateful for can really help open up that idea of what is something larger in life that you're looking at before getting to the step of writing out purpose statements. I do like the idea of writing out what are 3 purpose statements that I can take from my values, interests, and strengths and bring that into, making clear purpose, 1-sentence statements of what I want to fulfill right now. Not even looking at your whole life, but just right now. So it becomes more centered on the current and present time.
That's so good. And I think that's the problem I do also with my clients when I work with them is helping them kind of ground them a little bit in that approach is because a lot of people are wanting to, for example, this quick, what's my purpose?
Yes.
And a quick answer.
Yes.
And we know that's not going to be a quick answer. It's a whole process. And you're required in order to you to flesh this out, right? In order to flesh it out a little bit further, it requires us to sit down and really reflect. Like you're saying, just take the time out of your whole busy day and just jot down, like, what's your values? What is it that you care about, right? What's core to you?
Yes, and, exactly.
I think sometimes it's hard to say what our values are because it's like we do it all the time. I don't even think and process it. But oftentimes what we see is that when you want to find your purpose, it really ties back to your values. It ties back to your interests and your skills, like you were mentioning. And I'm wondering, the next piece would be like, have you ever come across where it's like people, what's one strategy you would say that has helped people sort of define that more or process that a little bit more? And you mentioned like, writing it down is one way. What about other ways that have helped job seekers or career transitioners process this a little bit?
Yeah, that's important, the processing part. Sure, it's to get this information. I think, if you're able to sit down with a career coach and find, like I said, our agency, we have free career coaching in Sacramento County. So if you're able to have that accountability piece, I think that's one surefire way to process. But creating that accountability for yourself, setting that time aside to center yourself, reflect. I've had a lot of people that, appreciate storytelling and, being able to auditorily tell their purpose and what they're finding, the breakdown of, I'm interested in this, I care about this. So just being able to share that verbally with someone else, maybe someone they're not so comfortable with, but also getting feedback from people they are comfortable with as well. And then taking that and processing through, writing it out. I think that verbal and written exercise is so important. I also have developed this new technique that I really love that I'm finding that, those individuals that are visual learners, that they're really enjoying kind of creating purpose vision boards. So it's similar to the vision boarding idea, but really being clear on values, work values specifically. if they're interested in communication and teamwork, and really focusing that in their part of their vision with work values, but also their interests as well, and their strengths, and seeing where all of those overlap in the vision of that, and seeing, and that's our job too as career coaches. And I think it's teaching individuals that you can look at patterns and what kind of patterns are overlapping. What are you seeing that are themes here that are similar? I found that to be a really helpful way for individuals to process all of this, time and reflection that they're really putting into their self-development.
That's so good. And I'm a huge visual learner as well. Like, I have ideas, but sometimes it's hard for me to see it to come to fruition, right? So yes. I do visual cues and things like that. And that's so wonderful. I think that when we think about the way we learn, right, and the way we process are two different things. And, finding that way, the method and approach that works for you. Some people are great. They can talk all day long, and they wouldn't even have to, any visual cues wouldn't be needed. And other folks like myself, like visual cues and processing and exploring those patterns and themes can be so helpful to identifying, again, what's your purpose, like what is your values, your skills, your abilities, right, and your interests. Now, I'm wondering on the next piece is where do people tend to get stuck the most when they go through this process?
Sure. I think I've seen it in different ways. I think I've seen a lot of individuals get stuck with understanding their strengths. And I know with the work in that, it's wonderful that there's assessments that can be done with, understanding strengths to really give more language around strengths. So again, working with a career counselor and coach can be hugely beneficial in that regard. But I think it's, I see areas within all of this is looking at, more of a deeper dive of, building self-confidence, and, where individuals might feel that, I don't know what my strengths are. And then that's when I encourage, let's talk to people in your close circle. What do they see that are strengths in you? And, just being able to build people up slowly and surely, and really giving that self-confidence in that piece, because I really, really find it critical to look at the separate, like we've already said, interests, strengths, values, and really bringing those together for the purpose. So I really do see when people get stuck on any of those areas, it really makes them feel maybe more stuck in their understanding, what is it that I want to really drive myself and actively participate in the future. And that's where, I do push people as a coach too. I do share that this requires active participation. It requires action for you to show up for yourself and really put in that work to understand what is driving you in work, in life.
That's so good. And if folks don't know, I'm also a Clifton Strengths coach as well. So I help people do this in utilizing their assessment, the Gallup assessment, helping people identify their strengths and really developing the language for that. Mm-hmm. And I hear what you're saying. Absolutely. I think when we work with a lot of people, that's one of the things I see is the hardest, like confidence. The confidence to own your own strength and realizing that you're good at something. You're really, really good at something, and you should be proud of it. Right. I think I was on a panel, was it last night or the other night? I was speaking to a group, and I tell folks, it doesn't matter what you're good at, as long as you're very good at it. Be proud of that. If you are, let's just say you work as a cashier, and you've been doing it for some time now, but you get better, and you're getting better and better at it. Guess what? You're the best darn cashier there is at that store, right? And you know how to count money. You do it in a very efficient way. That's a strength. Mm-hmm. That's really a strength. And I think a lot of people have a hard time really like wrapping their mind, because you think about it, well, I just go to work and I count money all day. And I'm like, no, like that's really a strength. Sure. Because that demonstrates to, their ability to do that. It's something, your high attention to detail, right? Think about if you're working with money, that's actually really important.
Very important. Yeah. And to just have that language around that. And I've learned so much from you, Eva, with strengths. And really, you are, so skilled in that as a coach yourself. And it's just wonderful to see that, utilizing that and being able to provide that language. And, so much of us, I remember this exercise I had to do in graduate school, and I was just like, what, are you kidding me? This is, our professor asked us all to just randomly we walked into class and said, get out a piece of paper and I want you to write down 100 skills and strengths that you possess. Each one of you has 100. And I'm thinking, I got through about 15 and I thought, okay, I think this is good. And then, it makes you realize we really, sometimes don't know our own assets and strengths and don't give that space and time to really reflect on that and really have that inner knowledge of what we have done. And it's so important to keep that updated, of course, but like I've, just repeated this again, but just to give that space and time to really, give yourself the credit where credit is due and have others, look into that too, look into your experience and really breathe into that and see that in you that sometimes you can't see yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. And then here we have in the comments really quick, I want to quickly highlight Lucy's. Can you explain about what you mean by having language around it? Yes. So I will quickly shine a little bit light. So I don't explain it to many folks. I don't get to share this a lot, probably because when I'm doing a lot of presentation, it's just really, it's like a really boring story for many people probably. But when I first took the Clifton Strength Assessment, also known commonly as Strengths Finder, I didn't know what the assessment was about. I was like, oh, just go and learn your strengths. And so I took it, and it's about 120 questions, or was it 145? I'm forgetting what the numbers, but, and it asks you a bunch of questions, right? And at the end of it, it gives you your top 5 strengths. And then through each of these strengths, they give you a descriptor, like a summary and a personalized insight wording about it. And I read through it, and I actually cried. I got really emotional because for the first time, it was helping me develop the language, as in the wording, to describe my abilities, my strengths. What is it that I'm good at? What's my approach to things? And I did this after I completed grad school too. That's the funny thing. I did it after I completed grad school. And I cried because I realized that's what I was trying to say, but I didn't say it. And it goes back to taking the ownership. I didn't take the space to own that I have that strength. And so I got quite emotional about it. And I was really moved about how the language there allowed me to see that. And then once I reflected and processed that, I really was using the language thereon because if I felt that it was an accurate reflection of the work that I do, of my skills, my abilities, and my approach and my leadership. And so and if folks are wondering what my strengths are, well, my strengths are focus, discipline, consistency, harmony, and significance. And so that's why, for me, it was really important because when you go to your job and you do work all the time, and in our culture, we don't talk and acknowledge to people and say, hey, you're doing really great work at X, Y, and Z.
Sure.
We just haven't, we've been building over time in the workforce about that type of language, especially from managers to employees. But, it's not something that we normally would say with one another, to your coworkers. I saw you do X, Y, Z, and I thought that was fantastic. And I saw your strength and you were using that. We don't really practice that. And so for me, that was a turning point of wow, just having an ability, a report that gives you insight about your strengths, about your abilities, and then you owning it, taking the time to process it, and then, customizing that language to you, to your own voice, to your own purpose. And I think that was really wonderful. So I hope that provided some insight there. And Elliot says, and we'll hear from Elliot in a bit too, what are some tips for finding a great career coach? How will people find career coaches?
Yeah, that's, so tips for finding, and I believe in the idea of sitting down, kind of having a consult, and seeing, is this going to be a good fit for me? And likewise, you want to build that and see where that rapport is built right in the beginning, if it feels kind of more natural, but you also, some tips too, I always give people, are you comfortable with being pushed and being accountable? Because I really am a coach that likes to push and drive people, sometimes past their comfort zone. And I think, some people aren't necessarily ready for that at that time, but they might be ready for it, a few months from that point. It really, so I like to give people, a bit of my style. So ask, if you're looking for a coach, what is your style of coaching? what are you going to have me do? What is, maybe short-term, long-term plan? I think it's really important when looking for a career coach, you will be doing the work, but that coach will be along your side. They're not doing the work for you, but they are helping you, sitting in the passenger side in the car while you're driving, going on a road trip together with a destination in mind. So there's that end trip, and you get to decide what kind of trip it is. I like mine to be beachy and fun. So
I think that's so good. Yes, absolutely. Right. Just like how you would, for example, if you were hiring a financial advisor or a real estate agent, you probably want to look into their work and see, who are they? What do they represent? What's their approach like? What's their philosophy and doing things, right? And then determine whether or not, hey, is this going to be someone who I can see myself working with? I think that's an important piece is understanding that coaches are not there to do the work for you, just like how everything is in life. No one's going to do the work for you. You're going to have to do some work, and they will help guide you along the way. Like what Eden was saying, pushing and pulling a little bit, giving you insight along the way. And so I think that those are really good starting points to, again, when you're assessing, seeing, okay, I'm ready to make some shift and changes, but I want clarity. I want someone to keep me accountable. I want to, to be part of that journey to get it going. Then I think that's when a lot of people, I would say, is then you're ready for a coach. Right. But if you still have other factors affecting your decisions, your choices, you have other commitments, it's really hard to really, again, get to your destination when you're on that drive. Sure. Okay. We're down to the last 4 minutes with our segment here with Eden. And I wanted to really quickly capture, like about finding your purpose a little bit more, thinking about your interests, your values, and your strengths. And then we talked a little bit about the strengths part and some of the skills part about upgrading your skills. Like right now, what would you say? How would people upgrade their skills? How would they learn how to do things right now? What can they do during the pandemic? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been lucky in this current position that I'm in. We've been offering great free online training that's self-paced if you have access to technology, which some of our centers are opening up again. So if an individual doesn't have access, come on in, which is great. But it's self-paced learning. It's called Metrics Learning. It is free. It's great. There's, you can get project management certification. There's HR certification. So all different kinds, technology, C++ programming. There is such a wide variety. I'm just giving a few that I can recall right now. But I think there's so many amazing resources out there. I know I have individuals that are using Allison training. That's free. And that's an online learning training, just building skills. So those are the two I've seen, most widely used. I know Linda from LinkedIn is being used and utilized for different trainings. And I think too, what's great, I've been seeing, just get connected on LinkedIn. I've been seeing that there's so many just offerings of what people are up to, or just ideas, like networking ideas that, you being here today, which is fantastic. Maybe you haven't heard of metrics learning. So that's something you can take away. I think just getting involved in different networking. I know I've been hopping on different calls that different state agencies are doing for job seekers and just different resources they may be sharing. So get connected on LinkedIn too to see what different, training resources are out there.
That's so good. Yes. So right now, and what you're saying, absolutely. There's you can take an online course, self-paced. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of good free ones out there. And of course, there are some paid subscription ones. Usually the paid subscription, I would say they have the 30-day kind of trial period, kind of test and see if you like the content, if you like the pace of it. Sure. So before you commit to paying any of those, I recommend, again, you kind of do a trial to kind of see if, you like it first, you like the technology, the presentation, the way it's being, given and provided, and that can help you as well. I think my other recommendation for folks, and a lot of job seekers too, is right now, some of the work that, when people are out there trying to get experience, right, especially if you're changing jobs, you're shifting your skills a little bit more, you're like, well, I can't do it because it's not in person. They closed, right? How can I still do it? And I would say volunteering. I think people really don't take volunteering as seeing it as an experience. And volunteering is the fastest and easiest way to develop new skills.
Yes, Eva.
Yes. And so if you don't know, and one of my go-to right now, because with the pandemic, there's been a flood of volunteering opportunities. And so volunteermatch.org, again, they don't pay me to say this, but it's a resource I value. And it's, and there's lots of ways to volunteer within your own community. I highly recommend it, especially like reaching out to your local organizations, communities. Think about going back to those values, right? What is it that you care about and who's out there that's doing that type of work? And then really reaching out to them and seeing, hey, what do you guys need help with? And seeing if you can help them, right? If they say, we need help with X, Y, and Z, out of X, Y, and Z, which of the threes can you do, right? Which is one of them that you can do. So right now in the pandemic, volunteering online as a volunteer across the nation, there's like, for example, if you wanted to do writing more, right, then volunteer to write for the organization, newsletters or blogs. If you want to go into digital media more, right? Ask if you can help them with their social media campaigns and things like that, right? Or film for them, whatever the case may be. Those are going to be the fastest way to build new skill set and experience to launch you into the, post-pandemic of the workforce. Because we know right now, and that's happening in interviewing, is that what is it? The biggest question is, what have you been doing since the pandemic?
Yep.
That's the big interview question that's growing right now. So I hope that people takes insight into more about, again, those few strategies that Eden and I share really quick about finding your purpose. I know our time is wrapping up. Oh my goodness, time goes by so fast. And I really appreciate, Eden, your support and your insight about, finding your purpose, like kind of going through those three really core stages. All right, folks, we're wrapping up. Eden, any last thoughts and words, or again, what are you looking forward to after the pandemic? Yeah.
Oh gosh, I mean, just connecting more in person. I think I've really missed that. Connecting with individuals on Zoom online is one thing, and it's great, but I'm just really looking forward to being able to have group type of settings again, group focus. And yes, I think it goes, what you just said, it kind of, my main kind of thing, a blurb I want to say today is just, that active participation. So like you mentioned, Eva, volunteering, like getting involved to figure out that purpose, like just see where you can start participating. And for you, in a safe way right now, there is online volunteer opportunities, but know that there are so many opportunities out there to be had. So that's my
Thank you so much, Eden. Really appreciate And then we're going to jump over to the next section, which is with overcoming the imposter syndrome with Jer. So, folks, if you can go back to your dashboard and join that session. All right. Thank you so much, Eden. Look forward to connecting more. Have a good one. Okay. We are here, and I'm checking to see if Jer is here. Jer, are you with us? I think she might be. I just saw her earlier. I think she's coming back from the previous session. And so hopefully she's able to join us. How's everyone doing? I'm so excited. If you are here today, where are you here from? Let us know what city and state, or if not, you can just put this at the state, and that's totally fine. Hi, Jer.
Hi, good morning. This is so new to me, so I'm hoping I'm doing everything correctly.
So you're good. We can see you. So exciting. And it looks like folks are sharing. Oh, Luke is from Sacramento here. Yay, Luke. Thanks for joining. Yes, from California, from Minnesota, Minneapolis, from Davis, California, from Sacramento, from North Carolina. Oh, wonderful. I'm from Fresno. Awesome. I'm so excited. Thank you all for joining us today. So for today, I know that time goes by so fast, so we're going to go jump right into it. I really want to quickly introduce Jer, and who I admire for years, and we're going to very shortly together.
Hello, Eva. I admire you. So
if folks don't know who Jer is, let me give you a quick her intro, because she's just fantastic. And seeing her grow and be a professional, it's just been really a journey for me. So Jer serves as a director of the Trio and Student Services over at Fresno State, and she develops and is committed to, again, equitable opportunities and resources for first-generation students like myself. I'm a first-gen as well. And prior to her role, she has taught as a lecturer at the University of Madison, Wisconsin. Wisconsin-Madison. University of Wisconsin-Madison. I always mix those two up, vice versa. Jer received her master's in Asian American Studies from UCLA, and has vast research in the interest of reproductive rights, educational equity, and service learning. Outside of work, she enjoys Coden O'Brien, remote nature ecology discourses and traveling with her family. So thank you, Jer, so much for your time with us today. Really appreciate that. And, you know, when I was thinking about this topic that we're going to jump into a little bit more, I was thinking about like how many of us, you know, especially if you're a new job seeker or you're a career transitioner, is that we still, even much further out, still fall into this trap of the imposter syndrome. And you know, when I was going through, I think like the last couple of years, I was thinking like, oh, you know, like I'm at a point in my time where that will never happen to me. Like it's never going to get me now. You know, I'm at XYZ, you know, milestone already. And then like just recently I realized I fell into that trap again. And of realizing like I'm not good enough, or, you know, thinking that, you know, I'm not, like, no one's going to hire me, or no one's going to promote me, or, you know, I started, it's like all self-doubt. And it was just like this negative energy that was piling up. And I realized, wow, like, you know, this imposter syndrome is still real, even at the early ages when you're like a young college student or even a job worker, and how it's still haunting me today. It still haunts me, you know, like in some ways. And how do I chip at it? How do I break it down further and further? And that's why I really wanted to bring you on to kind of share some insight about, like, you know, how do we become that? But before we do, I just wanted to do a little icebreaker question. Like, what's your favorite food?
You know, I do love a good brunch. I know that's like my go-to every single day. I think I can have brunch every single day. So I love egg benedicts. Just French toast, mimosas. So I'm all about brunch.
Nice. I think, you know, we're sharing too, like brunch is like the what we all enjoy. That's really good. Okay. So tell us a little bit more. How did you, like, about your work? Like, what do you do, and how did you find your career path?
You know, I think my career path in higher education really just stems from my love for studying. I think, like, I love school, and I always loved the research that I was into. And I think once I went into grad school, I felt like, yeah, I love being around students. I want to teach, right? And so I had taught my first class at UW-Madison, and in that class, you know, I find that I'm very much like, I love being creative with the work that I assign with students. And so one of the classes that I taught included a service learning component, so where we had students go out directly to the community agencies and connected a lot of their research with what they're learning at the community agencies, right? So I thought that class was like really enriching, not just for the students, but for myself. And I felt like, wow, I can make an impact for students outside of the classroom as well. And so I had switched gears from teaching to student affairs, and that's currently where I'm at right now. So that's really how I landed, you know, where the location where I'm at, and I thoroughly enjoyed it so far. So I very much still consider myself a new professional, and I'm still learning a whole lot. So.
Yes. So as you're saying, like, you're still, you know, like, we're always learning throughout the whole journey experience. Have you ever experienced like the imposter syndrome? First of all, I think people may not realize, like, what is the imposter syndrome?
Yes. So the imposter syndrome, I mean, you know, to be very clear, it's not a medical condition of any kind. It's very much these internalized feelings, right? There's this really popular author, Dr. Valerie Young. If you look her up, she's kind of like a lot of the of my knowledge comes from her and her work, right? So imposter syndrome essentially is a lot of like consistent feelings of self-doubt, despite having a lot of successes or accomplishments, right? It's a lot of these imposter feelings where you feel like you have a lot of fear of being labeled as a fraud, or you internalize a lot of your failures and a lot of your mistakes over your accomplishments, right? And it's really much a faltering, a lot of it's like just your self-confidence. So in a nutshell, it's in my mind very much something that's socially constructed and not something medical at all. Absolutely.
So in your work, you know, do you see that people still go through this?
For sure. Not just the students. And I say students who are now job seeking at the moment, whether they're currently trying to seek in college and or who are new professionals. And I experience this all the time. And I think, you know, and I always pull from Valerie Young's book. So there are 5 types of imposter syndrome feelings, right? And I feel like you can fall into multiple types. But I would say it's really important for us to identify what type of imposter feelings that you have, and then what are the ways in which we can overcome that. And I'm hoping to kind of dive into that.
Yeah. What is it? Well, before we jump into the deeper of it, right? And I'm wondering, really quick, did you ever experience that yourself?
For sure, I did. I think I didn't know what it was called, right? I think I experienced it throughout my entire time in grad school, because I think when you go into a grad program where everyone knows exactly what they're doing, what they're studying, what they want to do post-graduation, you feel kind of like almost lost in your own journey or what your intentions were coming in. So again, it's that really self-confidence that you don't have coming in, maybe because you don't, even for me, I don't think I really had a clear idea of what I wanted to do career-wise. And so I think when I went into grad school, there were multiple researchers in multiple areas that I felt I didn't have enough knowledge of, right? And so I think it stems from a lot of just a lack of insecurities, or lack of confidence, and a lot of insecurities. So even throughout, once I finished with grad school and I went into my first job in teaching, right, I was always questioning, is this correct? Am I teaching what I'm supposed to teach, and am I advising the students correctly? Am I assigning projects that are sufficient and enriching for them? So a lot of these things like really came through my head in my grad school, and also throughout my professional life.
Yeah. And did you ever get a chance to sort of like tackle it on? Like what can people do? Right. So actually before that, let's break it down what you mentioned. Like what are those 5 specific like imposter syndrome?
Yeah, for sure. And
let me super details, but just an overview. Yeah. Yeah.
And let me put it in the chat as well, so I can stay kind of organized. I had a PowerPoint set up for this, but I'm like, it's a bit too much. So pretty much the 5 types of imposter syndrome based on Valerie Young's book. The first one is the perfectionist. And for this type of imposter feelings, very much, a perfectionist is someone who sets very, very high standards for themselves, very high goals for themselves, which is great, but sometimes when this person fails to reach a goal, they experience like major self-doubt, and of course they then worry about measuring up to what could have been, right? So for the most part, I think this perfectionist is someone who loves doing everything by their own means, and it's kind of hard for them to kind of let go of certain projects or certain assignments. The second one is the superwoman or the superman, which I think I identify with. This person has to has a hard time saying no to new assignments, or have a hard time saying no to something that they're asked of, right? And so for this person, they work extremely hard, and the way in which they measure themselves or measure their value is how they're able to take on multiple things at a time. The third one is the natural genius. This one judges themselves based on getting things right the first time. Generally, when they're not able to do something quickly or correctly, this really like sounds the alarm for them. The third one is the soloist, which I also think I suffer from. For this person, they feel like they can't really ask. Well, they feel like they're reluctant to ask for help from folks because they love doing things by themselves. And I think there's some truth to it, where like I think a lot of soloists like to be independent, which I think is fine in being independent. But I think it's to the extent where they kind of refuse assistance to ask for help when they're applying, when they're doing something really challenging, right? And the fifth one is the experts. Generally, experts measure their competence based on what and how much they know, and of course, thinking that they can never know enough, right? And so they have this fear of being exposed as like unexperienced or unknowledgeable of the topic. So, if you identify with this expert type, I always think about like my own experience when I was applying for jobs, right? I was always thinking, why was I like shying away from applying for this certain job? Is it because I don't know all of the 20 required,
responsibilities and duties.
List. Yeah. And then that was really that really deterred me from applying, because I just felt like, okay, well, there was one thing on this 20 list that I didn't know. Like, for example, I don't know, I'm not good at Excel, right? Or I'm not good at, I don't know, public speaking. So it was really hard for me to apply for it. And I would say I had removed myself from the competition, or from the list, because I just felt like I didn't qualify, right? And so in the summary, I think in a nutshell, these are what the 5 types of imposter syndrome are. And I think you can fall in between one or more.
Oh, yes. I mean, as you were going through it, I was like, that's me. That's me. and so for folks, if you are live with us, or, catching us on the replay, comment and chat. Let us know the other 5, which one resonated with you the most? Which one, as Jer was walking us through it, which one, as she was saying, was sounding the alarms, and you're like, that's you. Literally, when you're saying the professional, and like, I never thought of myself as a perfectionist, because I always thought like, oh, that's not me. And then I realized, oh my gosh, I do that. That's what happens when I don't accomplish what I wanted. I'm like, oh my goodness, all the mistakes. Like in today's summit, like probably going back, I'm going to totally sink myself in it.
I would say you pay very close attention to detail, and I feel like you're very detailed in your email, so I can see yourself as a perfectionist for sure.
I developed it over time, but naturally, like, if you walk in my kitchen, you're like, ooh, girl, you need to hire a housekeeper. And I see in chat, everyone's like, yes, about 1 or 2 and 5 or 4 of the expert was the one for you the most. Nav Kim, okay, gotcha. Yes, exactly. And I think that what you talked about right there, like, really hit home for me, was when you talked about like being a job seeker, right? We fall because of the imposter syndrome, like whichever one we fall, we literally, like, as you were saying, like, dismiss ourselves. Yeah. We stop ourselves from applying because we don't believe that we have the knowledge, skill, and ability, right, to do this work. That's, on that job description, those responsibilities, the 20 items that they want, that you can go into do. And that's like the part that, it's that self-doubt is the belief that you can't do it. And I think that's the biggest challenge here, is how do we overcome that, right? So I think one piece is, yes, understanding and raising the alarm, raising the awareness of like, okay, what do I fall trap into, Whether it is again, the imposter, the expert, the soloist. I think sometimes I do the soloist a lot too, and then combating that piece. Yeah. I think that's a huge piece. Like, how do we chip away at it so that way we don't keep falling over and over again? Because if we do, then all of those wonderful opportunities and jobs goes to someone else who does believe.
Right. Yeah. And I would say, generally based on Valerie Young's book, she talks about the types of people who are impacted by imposter syndrome as well. Right. And so she says that those who are more prone to having these feelings are first-gen college students, which I was first-gen college students. Also, of course, members of minority groups. Also very common among first in their families to exceed any norms or expectations for like success or for the careers, right? And of course, also, this is also interesting. She says that folks who are in careers or professions with subjective measures such as creative arts, right? They have a lot of for the most part, these folks tend to experience more imposter feelings than other folks. So yeah, I think first gen is the population I identify with, and also a population that I work with, and I see that a lot with our students.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you a quick tip here. When I come across this, and you and I both work with a lot of professionals and students as well who experience this, and exactly like you're saying, like, I'm a first gen as well. How do I chip away at this? Or I'm experiencing this. How do I chip away at it? And I'm going to tell folks, like, in that scenario, just apply. Even though, right? Because if you don't apply, guess what? Someone else will, right? So even though internalizing, you're saying, oh, I don't think I could do it, right? But it is an interesting opportunity. It is a very exciting opportunity for you, and you have such a strong interest still. And I tell folks, apply for the job, believing that you can do it. Because if you don't believe you can do it, no one else will, because they won't know that you can do it. And so apply, because what's the worst that will happen if you apply for a job? They just say no, or they don't respond, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
applying is one way, I think, for especially if you're experiencing a lot of that imposter syndrome, when you look at those job postings, like you're saying, you don't want to dismiss yourself. I always tell folks, just apply to the job as if it's your dream job, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think there are multiple ways in which we can combat imposter syndrome. But I think in reading more into the literature that's out there, I kind of just dwindled it down to like 3 top ways in which I combat imposter syndrome. And
let's hear that.
I kind of wanted to share that as well.
Absolutely.
Typically, so the first one is to really recognize my thoughts, right? So when I have like a thought that says, okay, don't do this, or don't apply, or don't speak up, right? Or don't put in your opinion. I always have to think, why do I have this thoughts? And does this thoughts help me, or does this thoughts hinder me, right? And I think when I'm able to recognize if my thinking is hindering me, I need to switch gears and say, okay, these are just really a lot of external factors or a lot of insecurities that I may have, but it's not necessarily true, right? So I think the first one is just to recognize what your thoughts are and how common your thoughts are. I would say a lot of successful folks, or a lot of folks who you're around, may also have the same exact thoughts, right? Yeah. The second thing is to identify and recognize the external factors that causes imposter syndrome. For example, when you enter a new work environment, you don't really know everything, right? And so it's natural to have these imposter feelings. Also, working within agencies or institutions that may not be inclusive or may not recognize your contributions to that workplace. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I think when you are in a work environment that's not supportive of just your work or your contributions, or maybe they don't recognize you, I think, again, you're prone to having these feelings because your work is not being recognized. Lastly, having a workplace culture of overwork. And I can recall I've been in my previous position, I felt like I was very, very much overworked, and I felt like there were multiple things that I had to take care of. And then, once I kind of fell behind on my projects or my assignments, I started having self-doubt. I'm like, okay, I can't keep up, Mm-hmm. And I realized, there's just these external factors that are causing me to have these things. And when you recognize that there are external factors impacting you, you then shift the blame away from your internal self. Mm-hmm. And so that's really one way in which I had, thought more about imposter syndrome and how I can combat that. The last one is, of course, just, and I think this can't be overstated, to just share your feelings with a trusted colleague or a mentor. Mm-hmm. And I find this, in my supervisor or with a colleague who we can connect on multiple levels. And we share a lot about our insecurities or ways in which we, we can't, like, for example, I know in my past position, I said, okay, I've been in for X amount of time. I want to maybe ask for a salary raise. But then I always felt like, is it time? Am I very much deserving? I mean, is this something that I deserve? And, what are the things that I can do better to improve myself, right? And of course, luckily, my trusted colleague said, you have excelled in that position. You have to do it. If you don't do it, then, you're always going to regret that. And so I think trusting that you have colleagues or mentors who you can share your feelings with, I think that's something that's been major for me, especially going through my professional journey thus far.
Yes, absolutely. And you spoke to two really good things, like especially about like the salary piece, like asking for more. Am I worthy? Did I demonstrate success? Would they even consider giving it to me? Especially when, and going back to like being overworked, working so much, putting your energy, your time. Absolutely. So stay tuned later on. We're going to speak with Shayla Walker, who's going to talk about how to negotiate, or again, what you should be negotiating, right? Even during the pandemic. And then, of course, like you're saying, having a mentor, I think that's so powerful, or colleagues, confidence you can really connect to and share that experience, and that can help chip away at those pieces. Is it easy? No. I think sometimes it's hard, especially when you colleagues who, you maybe only see once in a while, or you work with a project on them and it's like just work. You don't only get time and chance to really sit down and process. And even right now with the pandemic where everything's all virtual meetings a lot, it's really hard to. It's hard to do it. I think it's a really different types of presentation experience. But I think that taking the time out of your day, right, and spending even that coffee chat, like coffee, like let's walk over and get coffee. Yeah. I really miss I miss those experiences where you could just take your colleague and go for a quick walk and just sort of bounce some ideas. That can definitely, chip away at it in small little frameworks. And it's not chipping at it in a big framework, like as in like, I'm going to do this one time and it's going to solve all my imposter syndrome, No, it takes some work, And I think like what Joe was saying, like having the awareness of that, like seeing which one you fall into and acknowledging it and then realizing, okay, how can I, chip away at it a little bit more and more each day. And I think that's a very powerful way of starting it off. And that realizing that, again, this feeling, those internal conflicts of feeling like doubt, and worthiness, it's not a one-time fix. Meaning just because you do this one time, you get a fix, right? You have a sense of accomplishment and you're like, I'll never experience it again. The reality is at any point in time, we might experience it again. And like how we're saying, like, I might not experience it again, but I know that it might be on the horizon again. Let's say if I take on a new project and task I've never done before, right? Mm-hmm. Today, right? And it's still experiencing it, but really realizing, I think that's the big part. The first part is recognizing it, right? Recognizing that it's there and that, and owning it and really realizing that you have been working on improving yourself and growing yourself, and that you should and be proud of the work you do. And when you are proud of the work you do, I think that's a very powerful position to be in, or a very powerful place to be in, because if you recognize that you have your skills and abilities and your knowledge and, the work you do and you're confident, and other people will too, right? I know, oh my gosh, time goes by so fast. It is like, oh my gosh, time goes by so fast. Okay, so right here, and Jerry, thank you for sharing those tips. I really appreciate that. Now, I know we're wrapping at the end here. What about, what are you looking forward to in this year or post-pandemic? What are some things you're looking forward to doing?
Oh my goodness. I want to continue my interest in my love for school. And I've actually thought about going back to school to get my doctoral program. And so I'm hoping to maybe by this year identify a handful of programs and apply to them. Hopefully it's a successful process. So that's my professional goal, I think, for this year. Personally, for my, my own personal goals, it's a matter of like revisiting old hobbies. And I think I find that kind of restorative sometimes. For example, going back to like the other day, 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, right? Or like things like reading. I think these are things that I've kind of lost track of or lost time for, especially when you were like going through a new job or going through a new transition. So I felt like staying home has really helped me revisit old hobbies and things like that, just so I can do a lot of self-care, I would say.
Yes, that's so good. I think that during the pandemic when it started, everybody was doing that. We were all like sort of bunkering in, right? And I was trying to revisit some old hobbies as well, and I realized I'm horrible at them. I tried gardening. My parents are, I grew up in agriculture. My parents are farmers, my dad.
Yeah. Same.
And I thought, this will be easy. I got this, right? I tried to plant some stuff. It did not work out. I just don't have income. They all died. I feel horrible about them. I don't know how hard it is to grow a plant, but for me, it was so hard.
I realized that was succulents alive. It's bad. I can't do it either.
So for people who are gardeners out there, more power to you. I'm jealous. But I think that's so important, is that, like you're saying, like revisiting those old hobbies can be really powerful in our approach and kind of taking care of ourselves, so that way we are feeling good and that we can overcome those imposter syndromes and feelings of conflict and doubt, especially when, we take on new opportunities, or even when we accomplish some of the ones that we push our energy, our heart in. So thank you, George, so much. I really appreciate your energy and time this morning. And if folks, if you want to, and I think that, then another segment we'll talk about a little bit later on as well as graduate school. So, feel free to come ask more about that. I think that's wonderful.
For
and
sure.
Thank you so much for finding us more insight about, like, again, overcoming the imposter syndrome. I value the work you do, and I'm cheering you on and looking forward to hearing about the great things you'll do more.
Likewise. Thank you so much, Eva.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to be transitioning to our next session. And again, just head back to the dashboard and entering the next one, which is finding a mentor and nurturing those relationships within your network. Now we are down to our middle of our segment. And I have with here a good friend who I've known for years. We went to undergrad together. And so I'm so excited to have here Jennifer Zhang, who is a co-founder and community engagement manager of the 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗏 Center in Merced. And Jennifer, thank you so much for your time and energy here with us. I really appreciate it. It's the middle of we're going to be still heading towards the middle of the afternoon now. And just you taking the time out of your busy day to connect with us. I really appreciate that. Just to give you some insight who Jennifer is, she's a public health, Hmong education, and Hmong cultural preservation advocate. She's very passionate about creating future leaders, practicing mindfulness, and inspiring authentic and purposeful living. And she's been doing wonderful work who I admire over the years. Like I'm deeply admired from her work. And so I wanted to have her come and join us today to talk about what her topic is, graduate school. Is it worth it? Do I need it? Especially if I'm a job seeker or career changer, is graduate school something that should be on my agenda to do right now during the pandemic? And so, Jennifer, you can share a little bit with us about, what's the work? Well, before we go into graduate school, tell us a little bit more about some of the work you're doing. And my favorite topic, just to start us off with, is what's your favorite food?
Thank you for asking. My favorite food, it just changes all the time. Like I have a favorite food on different days. So today my favorite food is egg rolls. And then another day would be 𝗥𝗲𝗏𝗺 drunken noodles. So it just really depends. But those two are usually my to-goes.
Nice. I love that. Oh, can't wait. Like I remember when I traveled to Thailand and I had like Thai food. Oh my goodness. I just love, it's so good. I'm just like, I can't wait to travel again to enjoy good food like that.
Me too.
So tell us a little bit more about, what's your work? What's it like? How did you, get into your career?
Yeah. So for me, how I got into my career was just based on, my firsthand experience with my immigrant refugee parents going through navigating the health system and seeing the disparities and also the discrimination. So from early on, it really just sat with me, and it just spawned this like whole lifelong career in public health and also serving the Hmong community. And from that experience, it was so natural for me to just find and also co-found 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗏 Center. So at the beginning, when we were forming, we actually joined a conference on the Hmong health disparities at UC Merced. And this conference, I kid you not, after so many presentations on extreme disparities that's happening in the Hmong community, we had all these community members there, and everybody just did it as like a check mark, like, oh, well, I came here to learn, and that's it, no action plan. So we and my co-founders decided that we didn't want to end it there. And so we started, just creating, having, short conversations at cafes, and started this like volunteer coalition. And initially it was just like a very small, group, but then it started growing, and we realized, what, we got to really formalize this and figure out how we can fund some of the work that we're doing. And initially we're doing a lot of like cultural brokering work. And then now we are now working towards doing more systems change work, because we realize that being in service and doing service is great, but it doesn't address the underlying social determinants in our community. It doesn't get down to the root cause, right? So, taking an advocacy route has really allowed us to see where we can, change the rules within public institutions and local government to really serve the Hmong need. The Hmong need we've always been invisible. We've been here for over 45 years, but no one really cares about us. We don't even have data. We don't have data to disaggregate too. So, it really, because of all of that, I just realized that, if it's to be, it's up to me to really do this work and carry it forward. And, our co-founders, Dr. Steve Russos and also Linda Zhang and also Johnny Mua, we've just been, really thinking about throughout this whole process is like, how do we just move them along forward? And how do we tap into the strengths that's already in our community? Not focus on what's wrong, but what's strong about our communities and utilizing those assets. And, really getting them engaged in advocacy work so that they can create an environment that, their children can flourish and thrive in. So that's kind of like how we started. And then this is where we are now in our advocacy work.
That's so good. And I really deeply appreciate that because, I think that requires a lot of like problem solving skills, a lot of leadership on your part and the whole team there really coming out of that conference and saying, wow, we don't want it to be a checklist of like, we are just here and that's it. It was taking the realization that, you wanted to do more. And that's not easy, in the community work. It's actually a lot of hard work. It's looking at the systemic changes that you need to be making. Advocating is one thing, doing small, cultural brokerage is one thing. And then now you're, really trying to amp up to doing more across the pandemic too, which is another layer, right, of it. So I appreciate you and the team over there really taking the time and really putting your heart and energy into helping our community out there. I think that's amazing, especially any type of work in the community. It's hard to make changes. It's hard to shift things. But really having that passion and drive to do it, I think that's so wonderful and so powerful. And I really wanted to kind of recapture that a little bit more, what prepared you for this? It was all about public health, like you were saying, early mom and dad days were seeing the challenges affecting them. Would you recommend folks, how did you, I don't think people realize, but you have a master's in public health. Mm-hmm. And so how did you come to the conclusion of pursuing this master's, right? How did you identify the master's program and determine it was going to be the good program that's going to help you launch?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. I decided to, go back to graduate school because while I was doing all this grassroots work, right, I felt like I didn't have the necessary skills or tools or knowledge on how to move, community forward. I didn't even know how to write grants. I didn't have those skills, right, the structure to really lead this, nonprofit forward. So I decided that, I'm going to get as much experience as I can in the community and then apply for graduate school so that I can bring back something to the community. And I'm so glad I did that. And also, I am a Gates Millennium Scholar too. So I had a full ride. So I had a full ride to graduate school. And I think if it wasn't for that funding, I probably would have not made it to graduate school too. So just really grateful to, Bill Gates and Melinda Gates for providing that scholarship for folks like me to, gain these skills in graduate school. So through graduate school, I finished graduate school, but it was a really challenging journey for me, honestly. I went through a lot of imposter syndrome and really suffered a lot of anxiety because I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so many smart people at UCLA. What am I doing here, Mm-hmm. But eventually I got over it because I realized, I am just as enriching as any of these students that are in the classroom too. And then also I took advantage of, the psychological counseling that was available too at the university and was able to really work through my own internal struggles and really reverse some of the social conditionings that was binding me, right, from growing and challenging myself too. So, I think it takes, it takes courage. It takes really learning about yourself. A lot of self-development and personal development, I would say for people going back to school, school is not going to guarantee that you're going to be a great leader at all. You've got to do some outside work. So I got to do a whole bunch of workshops and leadership summits and things that really helped me see my own blind spots, right, in my own leadership. And how do I, give feedback, constructive feedback, and also receive feedback without taking it personally. And really build this thick skin. And how do I even do public speaking? I think that those are like a few skills that I think a lot of our Hmong community struggles with. Everybody is so humble and they're so shy. And we've got to like not be so shy and humble anymore. Just go for it. Speak your truth and be confident and take up space. And I think that's it. That's what we got to do, and really, gain those skills so that you can thrive and also be able to carry on a nonprofit too.
That's so good. And I appreciate you walking us through your approach and, applying for graduate and realizing like first, like kind of what I'm hearing was sort of you're assessing. You assess first to see like, okay, what do I hope to gain from graduate school? And you realize I did some community, gain as much as you can through internships, volunteering, right? And then you took on the initial assessing and realizing like, I didn't know how to do grant writing, right? There are a few things you're just not going to be able or know how to do. And there's a mix of like, the opportunity meets you, right? If the opportunity is not presented and you're not there, it's just not going to connect. And so realizing sort of like what we call very commonly is our gap analysis of our skills. What are the skills and knowledge that I just don't know how to do? And I didn't have it. It was not part of my curriculum, in your undergraduate or not part of the agenda of things to do or accomplish in your internship and volunteering. So you have this gap of your skill set and realizing, okay, I don't know how to do these, but I need to. Yeah. And I need to, in order to move my community. So going back to your passion, your drive, right? Yeah. And then seeing that piece and then realizing, okay, will graduate school provide me the space to do that? And going through that whole experience of realizing like, some graduate programs are going to be really great. They're going to provide you those tips and tools and strategies, going to work you through it. And hopefully by the time as long as you invest in it and you do the work, by the time you finish the program, you should be equipped with the knowledge, skills, and abilities on how to do these things. So that way you can advance your community. You can go back to your community and do more. Like you're saying, I think one of the things even early on, when I did my grad program and also my undergrad, right? Like you're saying, I was very shy, like many people. I didn't speaking to an audience. Oh my goodness. I remember at the age of 18 and 19, shivering like crazy as if like I saw a ghost or something, right? To do public speaking. That's how nervous I was. And realizing that, and I hated public speaking because think of it, 100 eyes looking at you, right? Everyone's assessing you, listening to you. And sometimes when I speak, I would never get the words across. They'll never come out. Like I have it up here, but to say it out loud was so scary. And I'm an undergrad. I wasn't good at it. I was probably worse than I am now. But through grad school, it actually forced me because I realized I have to go speak for an hour and communicate with my classmates. Grad school hours are not like the undergrads. It's not like an hour type 50-minute class. The seminars are pretty long. It could be 2-4 hours. So a lot of high attention and mental energy is needed, right, to sustain that in graduate program. Did you ever experience like that? Or is there any different from your program?
Where like we had to, you mean like just like challenges or?
Yeah, like for example, like, comparing like your undergrad classes to your graduate level classes, like the mental energy, is there anything different? Were your classes longer?
I felt that graduate school was a lot easier than undergrad, maybe perhaps because it's very specific and you chose it and it was your choice to be there, and I think undergrad for me was kind of like, I don't know what I want to do. And I felt like I had no choice but to go because I have scholarship and I have all these people who expected me to go to school, right? And then graduate school was a place for me to be like, wow, I chose this path and I get to be a part of it. And I think because I really took that to heart, the experience was so much more different. I thrived in graduate school. And I was able to create, my own community and be able to, relate with professors and speak up. So I would say there is some differences. I think it was a little bit shorter for me. Perhaps if the classes were a little shorter, not as long. And then the studying time, I felt like because it was so relevant that I was able to absorb it a little bit better than undergrad too, in a sense. So. There's subtle differences, but I think graduate school, it's like a whole different level and a whole nother experience itself.
Yeah, it is. It's true. And there's so many different types of graduate programs out there. There's hybrid models, online models now more so than ever. and the traditional in-person models, and graduate school can vary from every industry and area. So for example, educational ones to finance, like MBA programs, and professional schools, like, for example, which is the traditional one many of us probably grew up hearing, like law school, medical school. Those type of programs can be very short or it can be very long. And most of them the traditional ones are pretty long. It can be 2 to 4 years. Like, for example, if you're doing your PhD, it could be as 4 to 6 years, as long, depending how long it takes you to do your dissertation, right? On your research. And so I think that when you're thinking about graduate programs, like what Jennifer mentioned earlier, it's like assessing and seeing, like, what's important to you, right? And I totally agree. Once you are in the program and you really are learning what you want to learn, the shift of learning it, for me, it felt so much easier. I absolutely agree. My graduate program was a breeze compared to undergrad. I still think undergrad was the hardest education I ever obtained because I didn't want to learn. I didn't want to learn chemistry. I didn't want to learn biology. That was not my strength, And so, but I had to learn it, and so it was like a brutal. Like, I was like, oh, it was like an internal conflict fight all the time. But like when I went to graduate school, absolutely, I was learning theories, knowledge, and information that really pertained to my interest. So what happened is, like, my brain felt like it was like a sponge, and it's just soaked up all that knowledge as much as it can. So, there are very strong different ones. And I think, like we're saying, like when you're exploring a few ones to see what are the options, and I'm so glad you talked about scholarship. I don't think people talk about that. Like, do you still write for scholarships, even for graduate programs? Yes, you should. Is it easy? No, but can you do it? Sure, you should. You should as much as you can, because I don't think people realize, but in graduate programs, you don't have the abundance of scholarships that you qualify compared to your undergrad, and so you should absolutely apply. I tell folks that's literally free money for you to go out there and get additional schooling and support to help you, like Jennifer saying, like learn how to do things that you didn't get a chance to do, you don't know how to do. And I think that brings really good, strong values there. And I want to quickly shine into some of the comments here. Navi mentioned, I had a question. Is it better to go for your master's before your PhD? How do people distinguish the two? Jennifer, have you ever thought about that, like between the master's versus like a doctoral version?
Yeah, I've thought about it. And I think it really depends on whether or not you have like a strong question, a research question, or research hypothesis that you really want to focus on. Like, you've already have some experience and you already gathered some data or, some knowledge around it, that you feel strongly that when you get into the PhD program, this is what you're going to live and breathe for like the next 5 to 6 years, right? Yep. So if you're not there yet, then I would say, perhaps, do the master's and see where that leads you. And there are programs where you can do a joint master and a PhD too. So you can do 2 years of your master's and then just transition, 3 years into your PhD. So I would look around for programs that fit your schedule and fit your timeline too, and also fit, your level of, of understanding the research process. Yes. And, there's so many doctorate programs out there too. There's PhD, and then also in public health, there's the Dr. PH, right? One route is more research-based and also focused on, being in academia. One route is mainly to be a working professional, right? And to still do research. So it's totally up to you, but really find the right program that fits you, and also really important to find professors that at that school that focuses on what topic you really want to focus on too.
That's so good. And I'm glad you mentioned that, right? When I work with a lot of folks, that's often a common question. It's like, do I go to both programs, or which one do I pick? So assessing the programs is really good to determine like what's the outcome of it, right? If I apply for this program and I learn all I can, what are the type of career outcomes can I do with it, right? What are the areas that it can lead me to that can provide me insight? And again, think about also, I tell folks all the time, does your dream job require that? Yeah. Does your dream job require a PhD, a master's, right? And you are right. Oftentimes there are different levels of how they do things. Think of it this way as well. You're adding to the literature that currently exists right now. Mm-hmm. When you go do your master's or your PhD or doctoral program, you are going to add to the literature. What is it that you hope to add? right? And if you're, I think Jennifer mentioned, if you haven't had experience or like a really good research question about that yet, then you're probably not ready for it. And maybe perhaps going back, and it's okay to not be ready at this time. You can always be ready in the future, right? But I think that before you invest, because again, that's money and time you're not going to get back, right? You're committed for X amount of years when you go into this program. And so understanding again more about your own experience. Do you have any experience in this yet? And if you haven't, and I probably recommend for folks, go get it. Now is a good time to probably get some experience and working directly with the population you want to research, or working in any way or fashion or form to learn more about your research topic or the population, the demographics, and then determine whether or not, hey, is this going to be do I really enjoy learning about this demographic, right, that I want to learn, or do I really enjoy this topic I'm wanting to research about? And that's going to help provide some insight. And I love what you mentioned, maybe perhaps the master will still give you much more insight and then determine whether or not you want to be the research, right, go into more research, maybe a doctoral program, or again, different type of program, a doctoral PhD program, what's more like the practitioner in the field, which is two different areas. And so one's not better than the other. I think when you come across programs, they're really great. They add a lot of value and insight, but really it's going back to understanding what is it that you want to achieve, right? And I've seen many people go into programs and realize that literally in the first year, they realize this is not what they want to do. They no longer have interest in the subject matter, the research topic, and then they end up either quitting, right? Which is okay, because remember, that's time and money you put in, right? Yep. And realizing, hey, I'm not ready to do this, or I no longer want to pursue this. But before you invest, it could be $24,000 to $40,000, depending on how what type of programs they are. Before you invest in that, right, kind of assessing and seeing if graduate school is really the next step for you. And I typically don't recommend people to go into a graduate program unless for sure again, this is career, this is aligned with your career path, right? Is this going to provide those tools, tips, and strategies and knowledge that you don't have, which is why you're pursuing it. You're adding to the literature. You're gonna do more with it. So I think that's so valuable there. And Shayla says, I would agree. It is easier to focus on one subject in an area you are passionate about, because again, you're going to really enjoy what you're learning. And you're often usually in a small cohort. For your program, was this pretty small too?
Yeah, we have one of the largest cohort, but it's like 45 folks. It's small, but for the school, they said that was one of the largest cohorts.
Yeah, most graduate programs are pretty small. My cohort was I think around their ballpark too, between 30 to 50 people. And everybody's on a different track. Some folks are on 3-year tracks, and my program was 3 years. Some people were part-time, full-time, but it was around that time. I'm sorry, the numbers as well. And that's considered large. Most graduate programs across the nation are pretty small. Some can be as small as 1 or 2 or 3 people for PhD programs. Other programs like masters can be between 15 to 20, right? Depending on how much they emit, and everything ranges. But usually graduate programs are really good starting points to help people clarify more of what are your passions, how and what can you do, what are the skills that you're using, and then what's a new skill you can learn. And I totally agree. When I started grad program, I did not know how to write a grant. That was not part of my undergraduate experience. It was never part of my internship experience either. So we had to take a class that was on writing a grant. It's a hypothetical grant. If there's a problem that we saw that exists in the community, and if you wanted to solve a solution, how would you do it? And so we had to write a grant with myself along with 2 other people, and we would write a grant. Of course, I took the class, did well, passed, graduate, and move forward. And in my profession, I didn't think I'll never write a grant. Why would I ever write a grant? Guess what? I ended up writing 2 grants, and I was awarded the full amount. And I didn't realize how powerful that class was for me, because it literally provided me the tools about how to write, for example, a program objective, learning outcomes, action, everything I needed in order to articulate in a very clear and concise way to say, give me free money so I can go do X, Y, and Z that will show you X and, ABC outcome. And that was so powerful. And I'm a horrible writer. I'll admit straight up, I am a horrible writer. I hate writing. I tell it to my coworkers, I hate a grant. This is one of the things about your job. I'm I hate writing. But it's one of those skill set I built, and that's part of my toolbox, and I can go to it when I need to. And I think that graduate school provided me that. I don't think I would have been able to do it if I didn't go to grad school. What is something that you learn in your graduate program that you use every day or in your work right now?
In graduate school, one thing that continues to follow me wherever is just like the theories, right? theories, and then grants, proposal, how to do a logic model, like all of that. Like it just keeps continuing. So for me, those have followed me wherever I write a grant or so. And also, what is it? Also friendships, building relationships with people too. That's what's led me to build, better connections with community members and also other organizations out there.
Yes, absolutely. The people I met in my grad program are like lifelong friends who I've seen. Like, I remember I would tell the story of like when we started off in grad school, everyone looks all nice and pretty still, meaning like, you're still fresh. Through the graduate program, I don't know how we ended up looking. All of a sudden, our hairs would look like undone, like right now. Like we would look so messy all the time, like not well kept. And it wasn't because we wouldn't want to. It's just in grad school, you're managing multiple things, especially for some folks who had day jobs or other commitments like family. It was so busy that when we did meet, we would look kind of, I'm like, well, did you pull your hair back lately? And I remember how we look at the beginning of the program, how we look at the middle of the program, and how we look at the end of the program. Totally different transformations, right? I remember at the end of the program, after we all passed our exam, everybody went and got a haircut. Everyone like looked much more refreshed. We're like, wow, grad school really like took up a lot of energy and time. Just being in that atmosphere because you're on like a very, like you're saying, like the theories, you're learning so much. You're learning a lot of the abstract concepts. And that really is like, time consuming and drains your energy. I remember reading books on end and forgetting to like keep up my hair, just letting it grow. I'm like, I don't have time to go to the barbershop. I don't have time to go to the salon. I'm just gonna go with this bundle up hair bun. Here I go, surviving to go to the next session, right? So grad school is a powerful tool as well, but it can be very challenging. And a really quick one to highlight, Jerry also from our segment earlier says, while undergrad is time for you to build your learning and absorb information, I think graduate school gives you the opportunity to create original research and contribute to existing literature, which is an empowering, exciting shift. Yes, absolutely. I love that. And I think that's really great. Again, when you have that problem solving, mindset where you're like, hey, I have an idea and I know how to fix something. I think that's a really cool way, to contribute again to the literature there.
Oh, yeah.
I know our time is wrapping up soon. So, and I appreciate your insight right there about like graduate school. Would you recommend folks to start looking into it now, especially if they're job seekers and career transitioners, if graduate school for them?
Yeah, I think right now it really depends, on a couple of things. Like one, will graduate school be supporting you to grow new skills without the money, right? Because graduate school is not going to guarantee you're going to be rich, So you got to make sure that, you got that in check. That's not about the money. It's about the growth. And if it is about the money, make sure you apply it and make sure you do other supplemental self-development, personal development work to really hone your leadership skills and be as powerful as you want, The second one is make sure that, it doesn't make you go into even more debt than you are in now, right? Really be able to have some sort of financial plan because graduate school is expensive. So, even if you have scholarships, it won't pay for some of your living expenses, right? Yeah. So really make sure you have that intact. And then I would say also, I just recommend people to get work experience before they go to graduate school because it's so important because when you're writing grants, you're writing papers, you can reflect on those examples and it really guides you too. I think especially for me as, a first generation going to, graduate school, like that really helped me to kind of build the foundation. And those are skills that you can do while you're interning, in undergrad or, doing summer jobs, right? I think you've got to just gain any experience too. And then I wrote it down here too. Let me just see. Make sure that, you are also able to build relationships and go there with like a certain goals that you want to accomplish, challenge yourself. If you're the type that you just want to go in there and go quietly, through the classes and lead class, quietly, that's not going to happen, okay? You're going to do group projects. You're going to be having to interact with the professors. You're going to need to make friends to survive. You're going to be needing, to advocate for yourself, right? To go get, services that you need. I don't know if it's like, disability services or mental health counseling, like whatever it is. You've got to be able to utilize all those resources too. So, make sure you have a good sense of, who you are, when you go into these programs, and be able to kind of, engage, do an analysis of where you're at, and then, really thrive in graduate school when you're there.
That's so good, Jennifer. And thank you for sharing that. I think that's so valuable. Absolutely. Consider all those factors. And you hit on it perfectly. I tell folks, when you go to grad school, right, no one's going to hold your foot to the fire and say, do your homework. No one is. The professor, if you don't do it, that's one less essay the professor has to read, right? So they're not going to enforce you to. No, there's no one enforcing you and keeping you accountable, and you have to. So you do have to utilize those resources, push yourself, keep yourself accountable. I appreciate our conversation so much, but unfortunately we have to wrap up and go into the next session. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I appreciate your thoughts and the work you're doing over there at the Lumong Center over there. So thank you so much, folks. Jennifer, if folks wanted to learn more about your work and the work that you're doing over in Merced, how can they connect with you?
Yes, you can find us on Facebook on Lumong Center, and we also have our website too, www.lumongcenter.org. You can also email me too. My email is j.zhang@lumongcenter.org too. So follow us, like us, and we've got really great content. We've got lots of events for the community members, and in terms of how do we move them on forward. So if you are interested in those topics, follow us and stay up to date.
Thank you, Jennifer. Wonderful. And thank you so much for joining today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to jump to the next session, and it's going to be with Carissa Justice on what is the insider tips from the recruiter. All right, thank you all very much. We'll see.
There are some positions that say the cover letter's optional or cover letter not required, right? But if it's optional and if it's required, you should write one. And so, or that's at least my opinion, so that the employer can get to know a little bit more about you, so that you can introduce yourself, tell them a little bit about what your interests are, why you're excited about that position. And then the body paragraphs of your letter should really articulate why you are the strongest fit for that specific role, right? So whatever experience or skills that you want to elaborate on in those body paragraphs should be taken from the job description or the qualification section of the posting. So whatever examples you use, they should be directly related so that the employer gets to see why you would be the strongest fit and why you could complement their team or their company, right? So, and then at the bottom or in the conclusion piece, you can elaborate a little bit more about how the organization may align with your values, or what you know about the organization, or if there's anything that you want to elaborate on, like if you're moving to a new city in the next 3 months, or if you won't be finishing your degree until June, or if you don't have experience in that specific field, but you want an opportunity to grow and you have the transferable skills that they may be seeking, that's also a great place for you to be able to explain that to the employer. Yeah, so it's typically a one-page letter, but I do usually recommend it only so that the employer can get to know a little bit more about you.
That's so good, and I value that. I think that many people in our line of work, whether we're meeting people who are first time entering the workforce, is, writing this cover letter. And this is what I think many people struggle with the most, is articulating all of the things you mentioned, their interest, learning about the company. Yes, that means you have to go in there and look at the company, understand what the company actually stands for. What is it that they do? And then ask yourself, does my values, are we aligned? There are many cool jobs out there, but oftentimes the company culture might be a little different. And so you have to do a little research to learn more about the company. That way you're able to articulate about why you're interested in the work that the company is doing and how this position is really going to be a good starting point for you to join them on their mission. And in the year 2021, is cover letter still going to be a thing?
I perceive that it will be. There are positions that don't need a cover, or they don't want a cover letter. And so in those cases, I don't recommend the student write one, because one, they're not going to read it, and they want you to pay attention to their instructions. So if they only want like a portfolio or a resume or your LinkedIn, pay attention to whatever their instructions are. If it's optional, I still recommend writing one, only because if you're a strong candidate and you have another strong candidate, and you don't submit a cover letter, but they do, then the employer will know more about the other candidate than they will about you. So that's always my recommendation. There are some companies that don't want one, but it may be because they just get an overwhelming amount of applications that they just want to, or they just have time to look at your resume. They don't have time to read your cover letter. But I do foresee that cover letters are still going to be a thing for the next several years.
Yes.
But I know we both work in different program areas, Eva.
Yeah.
Have you seen any companies move away from cover letters that may have?
No. So my area, I work with a lot of liberal arts and business focused industries, or, applicants. And I would say that cover letter is still going to be a thing, and it will continue to be. And what I mean by that is it will still be required. Regardless, even if you're applying for state and federal jobs, right, they might not require it now, but guess what? That person who did submit one, the hiring manager, and you hit it right there, the hiring manager has learned more from XYZ candidate than they learn from you if you didn't submit one. Now, I think going back to what you're saying is follow the directions. If they require it, please submit one. Mm-hmm. That's your way to tell them really quick about why you're interested in the company, again, in the position. I'd like to think of it like this. I'd like to break it down. Think of the cover letter as a preview to the interview, because essentially you are articulating to the reader or the hiring manager about why you're interested. Guess what? When you go to the interview, what do they ask? Why are you interested, right? And so it's really reinforcing that. And when you are later on down the road, when you become the top candidates, what I've noticed is that that's when the cover letters play a significant role in helping hiring managers make a decision. Because now everybody who's gone to the interview, guess what? They all meet the minimum qualification. They all can potentially do the job. Who out of these candidates of the top five is going to do and be a better fit with us? And that's when I meet with a lot of recruiters, and I ask them and hiring managers, how do you assess of your candidates, the top three, who do you pick? What's a tool you use to help you, make that justification? And really, besides the interviewing and the resume, we go back and they revisit their cover letter. We really go back in there and revisit why are they interested. And it's really, again, oftentimes they may not be reading it right away, but that can be a deciding factor in helping you pitch to them one more time. Because imagine you finished interviewing with them. Now they can only go based on their recollection of your experience with them at the interview. Mm-hmm. And again, what you put on resume, and again, what you put on your cover letter. And so again, remarketing yourselves. What would you say is the most hardest part when it comes to cover letters? Why do people have such a struggle with writing them?
I get a lot of students that are like, can't I just use the same cover letter for every job? And my general recommendation is, if you're applying to several different types of positions,
then in those cases, you want to start from scratch and use examples that directly relate to the job description and what you would be doing and like the transferable skills that you can bring to that company. And again, what you mentioned, you want to look at the company's website, you want to look at the company culture, their mission statement, all that, so you can throw in some of those words into the conclusion or the intro piece too, and connect it to why you want to work there. If you're applying to two very similar roles, but maybe at two different companies, you can potentially recycle the same examples in like your communication example, or team working, or working in a fast-paced environment, whatever it may be. So you can recycle some of those examples, but you still want to show the employer that you've done your research on the company and that you have a genuine interest in working for them and working in that role. So I think the main reason that people are scared of, or they kind of stay away from applying to jobs that may even require a cover letter, is because it takes time. It takes time to look at the website, to do your research, to look at the job description, highlight the transferable skills you have, to match it with what's on your resume, right? So it does take time, but at the end of the day, the employer will get to know a little bit more about you. And then one thing I didn't mention is I also think that the cover letter is a way for the employer to get to know your writing style. So they do pay attention to syntax, to grammar, to punctuation, and all that stuff. So make sure that someone gives you feedback on your cover letter before you submit it. And it should not sound like you're texting the employer. It should sound like you're writing a professional email or a professional letter. Because if you're going to be writing memos for this company or professional emails or networking with different companies, right? They want to know that you have strong writing abilities. So they will definitely be judging on that too.
Absolutely. And I know we have someone in chat, Zoa mentioned, what's the difference here and what you should include in your resume versus what you include in the cover letter? How do people distinguish the two? Like what do I include, what I don't include?
Yeah. So your resume should also be tailored. And so your resume can be 1, maybe 2 pages at most. And then you want to tailor that, like the most relevant and useful experience towards the top of the first page, right? And then your cover letter should have a thesis. So a thesis is like kind of going back to high school, right? High school English. But a thesis is basically, I am a strong candidate for the blank position at blank company because of my, and then you list 2 or 3 either skills or experiences that make you the strongest candidate for that position. And so the biggest difference between a cover letter and a resume is that your resume has 2 pages worth of like experience, volunteering, skills, education that you can bring to the employer. But then your cover letter lets you go a little bit more in depth on that experience, on 2 or 3 of those experiences. And then it allows you to also connect it back to how it would serve the company, right? So your experience in working in a team or communicating with different employers. So whatever you do mention in those body paragraphs of the cover letter, you want to make sure that you tie it back to the position and why it makes you a strong candidate or how it will complement the department or the organization.
Thank you for that insight. I think that's very powerful and absolutely. I think like many, I struggle with cover letters. I remember when I was applying for jobs and I was like, why do I even need this? Like who reads this? Like why would they want this? Like, isn't that what already the interviewing is? And I didn't realize how powerful the cover letter was, because think of it, it's you quickly in a snapshot before the recruiter or hiring manager even makes a decision about who they're going to call in to interview. They write the resume and the cover letter job, like I tell everyone, it's to market your skills and experience. Their job is to get you to the interview. How you perform on the interview determines whether or not they offer you the job, right? Among with other factors like, how competitive the pool of the candidates are. And so having that cover letter be your narrative of your experience, and like you're saying, like your writing skills, you just demonstrate to them your writing skills, about how your skill set, your background prepares you to be successful, and how you use and apply that to XYZ experience, and how you can bring that skill set to this new job. So oftentimes, I think one of my go-to strategies when I'm working with clients and they're working on writing their cover letter is I tell folks, let's go revisit the job posting. Because literally the job posting is your blueprint to your cover letter. Think of it this way. The organization has already list down all the things that they want in their dream candidate. And I think that's what you're saying as well, as like when we don't write cover letters, we actually dismiss ourselves and say, hey, I'm not going to apply for this because it requires a little extra work. Right. But imagine if that's like your dream job. That's a job you really want, or a really cool opportunity for the company you really want to get into. You got to put the work in. You got to write the cover letter. And what I've also found when I'm meeting with a lot of recruiters, and I'm wondering from your perspective, when they hear from candidates, who apply for the job, who go to the interview, is, it's kind of seeing the consistency. Is the person who wrote the cover letter and resume the same person we're meeting in the interview? And I think that further validates, like, again, this is your content, when you are the resume writer and cover letter of your content, you own it. That's your content. And, when they're interviewing, they're assessing to see, again, who are you in a quick snapshot before they even make a decision. And that's how powerful the cover letter is. I think people don't realize, like, in the resume, we wouldn't use particles and pronouns typically, right? We wouldn't say, I did this, X, Y, and Z. That's the cool thing about the cover letters. You get to use I. Really quick. Oh my goodness, time goes by so fast. Okay. So really quick, what are, what from your perspective, in your approach when you're helping folks work with cover letters, what do you recommend folks actually do in order to prepare for a cover letter? I know we kind of talked a little bit earlier about researching the company, right? Personalizing it. And, articulating your skills, like narrowing down to the 2 to 3, that's helpful. What are some of the cool things that you've seen in cover letters that works? And I know Carissa also mentioned previously about, like, do not write what everybody wrote on their cover letter, which is like, I am a hard worker. Right? And again, that doesn't convey a lot of things to the recruiter. It doesn't help them make a decision. So what have you seen cover letters that are uniquely, you're like, this actually stood out?
I also like in cover letters when students acknowledge that they may not meet like one qualification, but they give an example of how they are a fast learner or a different skill that they do have that could help them pick up this new skill that the company wants them to have. So I do like when people or students do address a minimum qualification that they haven't met, but that they're excited to grow in or excited to learn about. I think another thing I pay close attention to is that the cover letter matches the style of the resume. And I know that's like super minor, but there are two documents that go together. So you just want it to be formatted correctly. And so that it matches, right? Because it's a set. And then I like when it's very common to see at the end, like, thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to hearing about an interview. But I like when the student like articulates like their interest or reiterates their interest in the company and like reiterates something specific about the mission or the position in the conclusion, because it shows like a true desire to work at that specific company. So those are a couple of things I notice. There was something else about cover letters that I wanted to mention.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
It's very easy to go on Google Docs or WordPress or Canva, whatever it may be, and download a template. But if you are downloading a template that's available online, it's very, very likely that someone else is downloading that template, and employers will see multiple resumes or cover letter templates that look the same, and they'll focus more on the format than they'll remember the format of the cover letter more than the content because they look the same, right? So try to avoid downloading templates and start from, or use a unique document. Don't download a template. That's my
I think there's a Word one that I've seen, I think over 1,000 times. Like I've seen it for every 10 people I work with, I've seen that document like twice. Yeah. That's how high the frequency is. And so I tell folks, guess what? Your resume and cover letter looks like just everyone else, or you won't stand out. Cosmetically, it doesn't stand out. And so I tell folks, be original, right? Content is king here. And so high content is much more important than how it looks, but how it looks also presents is like that first impressions, right? When we see something we see 1,000 times, we're no longer excited. So you want to make sure that, again, it's like that same impression we want to make to the recruiter and the hiring manager is making that lasting impression, like, oh, this really stand out. And I actually really like about what you talked about in the cover letter part is like, the unique things that you can bring, especially when you don't have a lot of, so let's say if you're a job seeker and you don't have a lot of those skills that's required for the new job, right? You didn't have the opportunity and privilege to develop that skill. And so how do you address some of those concerns? And that's what the cover letter can do. You can quickly address some of those concerns there. So that way you don't leave any doubt for the hiring manager. You get them more confidence that you have an awareness of your knowledge, skill, and ability. And that, you didn't, for example, let's just say you didn't know how to use C++. Let's just say that's a skill set that's needed for the job. But you learn other databases, softwares, and programs, right? And you picked up really quickly in the past. So you show them how you did that and then how you're willing to take on the steps to learn it to be successful in this new job. That's a great way to address some of those concerns that's needed for the job. Or let's just say, for example, let's say you have a gap in your employment. Life happens. Yeah. Let's just say you had to take care of grandma and grandpa. You had to, change your role all of a sudden, right? Or maybe you had a baby or whatever the case may be, whatever life events that happened and there's a gap in employment. You can also address some of that already too, if that's a concern for you. And so the cover letter really provides, much more insight to help the hiring manager feel reassured, feel confident to bring you in to interview. And I think that's the big piece. Many people may not realize that, is that it shows and demonstrates that learning potential. I know we have a quick question. Oh, time goes by so fast. Okay. How should we structure a cover letter and how long should a cover letter be, since it is recommended to include about 2 to 3 experience of our skills? And I think you mentioned, typically they're about probably 1 page. We can both probably agree. Yeah. Most hiring managers probably don't want to read past that, to be honest. They're going through lots of application, like Carissa mentioned earlier, and one job posting, a hiring manager could be reviewing 50 to 250 applicants. They honestly don't have a lot of time and attention span to be reading essay-like resumes and cover letters or long, lengthy versions. And that's why, across the standard for most places is cover letters. You need to be very clear and concise in your writing and get it down to 1 page. In the format, it can vary. You can move your borders, your margins around, your font size, right? But I think that the key point here is keeping consistent, like the style of it, how the formatting of how you use it in your resume should reflect the same also in the cover letter. Should be consistent. It should feel like the same person wrote it versus downloading different templates and all of a sudden you have 2 different looking version documents that feels like 2 different people. Are there any other recommendations you would recommend for the cover letter in terms of, again, experiences, formatting?
There was one thing. So I know I mentioned you should have someone else review your cover letter before submitting. Have them give you feedback, but don't let them change your voice, right? Don't let them replace synonyms or replace words, or have them give you feedback on your tone, on if you met the minimum job qualifications, but don't let them change your voice and rewrite your letter. That makes sense. Just because the employer wants to get to know you and your voice and your authentic experience.
That's so good. And I really appreciate that, because I've seen cover letters. I think you and I probably see hundreds of cover letters. I've seen some people put humor. I've seen people put, a mission statement sort of approach. I've seen people put in, very little. They're describing, but they never give an example. So again, always have supporting evidence, of your experience, and that really hones in. And I've seen some really amazing cover letters as well. And so you want to give it your own spin, right? This is your voice, like what Alejandra was saying about your experience and what you bring to the table here to the employer. So thank you so much for sharing those insights, Alejandra. And again, folks, if you're interested in, again, learning more about how to write cover letter, I also have a YouTube channel where we actually do those workshops of breaking down the cover from start to finish. So if you're interested, head over to the YouTube channel. You can also watch any of those content for free. So Alejandra, before we wrap up really quick, what are you looking forward to 2021? And what are you hoping to do after the pandemic?
I am hoping to travel, but I'm also looking forward to seeing how the world of work changes. I know right now we're virtual, but I'm just wondering if we're going to keep some of that virtual setting, so I want to see how the world of work changes, if there's still going to be traffic and all that.
To be honest, I love no traffic. I think when many people, I love no traffic, but I don't think it's going to go away. Meaning, working remotely and virtually working, meetings, events are not going to go away, because we just literally taught the whole entire world how to operate remotely, and we just demonstrate within a 1 year time span that it is successful to some extent, and that you can do a lot of things remotely. And it has reduced costs across many organizations. Like, imagine the cost to host a building, right? To rent a building versus having everyone work at home and then subsidizing it in some way, fashion, or form. So there's a few interesting things that are shaping our world, and I don't think it's ever going to go away. I think if anything, we're going to do more of it. And how that changes our work and everybody's work. But I do agree that there are things that brings value for the in-person. So you mentioned earlier planning to travel. Where are you planning to head to?
I'm going to a wedding in July, and I'm getting my second vaccine at the end of this month. So
Nice.
I'm fully vaccinated. So I'll be going to a wedding at the end of July, and I haven't been to a wedding since my wedding. So I'm really excited to dance and eat cake and.
I miss concerts. I really miss concerts. And at this point, I'm like, I don't care what kind of concert it is. I just want to go to it. I miss being in the ambiance of it. Well, thank you, Alejandra, so much. I really appreciate your enthusiasm and your perspective, again, about the cover letter writing approach, and things. And yes, it is 2021. And guess what? You still get it right covered, and you'll be writing more cover letters. So thank you so much. All right, Alejandra, thank you so much. Folks, if you, we're going to take a little bit of a 10-minute break, do another stretch break, water break, bio break if you need to. And then we'll come back at, I just want to make sure our time is right here, at 12:40. And then we're going to connect with Shayla and under the section title, what can I negotiate when it comes to salary? So now we heard a little bit more all morning long about finding your purpose and the next steps, going toward job seeking, the inciting the recruiter's mindset a little bit more, and about cover letters. Now we're going to dive a little deeper into about salary. This is a hot topic, so I highly recommend folks come back and tune in for this. All right, folks, we'll see you guys in a bit. All right, get some stretch, get some hydration water going. All right, thanks everyone. See you guys soon. My allergy is just a little high, but I thought about Shayla, and I was just drawn to her by her experience, her knowledge, and the wealth of information she brings. And so for folks who don't know who Shayla Walker is, she has over 10 years of experience in the areas of team building, career coaching, and conflict management, leadership development. And she has received her master's in higher education leadership at CSU Sacramento. She has provided innovative training on team building to professional staff and students, for example, at the Fresno Unified School District, American River College, Sierra College, Sequoia Delta College, Sacramento State, and presented on various student leadership conferences in the North California area. Her passion is providing professional development and mentorship to college students and formerly incarcerated incarcerated youth to help them achieve their academic and career goals. 𝗭𝗿 is also the founder and CEO of SDW Consulting and Training. And so it is with my great honor to have her join me today on a Saturday midway through. She's like, oh my God,
after the lunch hour.
I'm like, oh my gosh, I was going to hate you for this. I'm taking it right at the lunch hour. So I'm so appreciative of your time, and I value it so much. And again, I'm just a huge admirer of your work, folks. And I understand this is the lunch hour, so if you have to, eat, hang out with us, that's totally okay. By all means, go for it. I know our timing is really tight, so we're gonna jump right into it, 𝗭𝗿. Really quick, what's your favorite food?
So, you had asked that question, and I really struggled with it because I'm a foodie, and someone who's a foodie who likes to travel has lots of favorite foods. But if I had to narrow it down, it would either be between just going to the regular taco truck. You can't go when you get a good taco at a taco truck. Soul food. So, either one of those, I could eat every day and not get tired.
Oh, I love that. Yes. Oh gosh. Like I said, I miss the events, things like that where you can go out to the line of food trucks all around, I miss those days. So
Me too.
I'm looking forward to all of that opening back up more and more as we're getting, more vaccination. So that sounds really good.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing about that. Now tell us a little bit more about your work. How did you, find your career path? How did you know you wanted to do this type of work?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I've always had a passion for helping others, and organically, folks have come to me for mentorship, coaching, advice. And so being in higher education for as many years as I've been in, I've always done informal coaching or training with individuals. And in my current role, especially as director of student activities at Delta College, I do that quite frequently. And so last year, I really took a leap of faith and was like, you know what, I'm going to do this. I really want to help people on a large scale and create more opportunities and build leaders. And so I took that, leap of faith to start my own business in hopes of providing individual career coaching, leadership coaching to individuals, but also doing more team building trainings, conflict management. I noticed that a lot of industries, especially in higher education, don't really put their funds towards professional development at times. And so I didn't want there to be an excuse as to why people don't get the training that they want. I wanted to be able to provide that for folks because oftentimes I didn't get it, so I really feel like that is important. That's been an important part of my professional journey.
That's so good. So give us an example of if you'd be willing to share examples of presentations or workshop or training that you have done with for example, incarcerated youth and the student development. What are some professional development topics that you work with that has helped them sort of start thinking more strategically?
Yeah, conflict management has been a really big one with whether with students or with how they deal with within groups, and even with managers. So that's been a topic that's been a hot topic for me, and also team building. With the students I work with, they're in student government. And so oftentimes we're doing team building workshops on how to communicate effectively, to how to address issues, even as something as simple as email etiquette, which you would think, is kind of intuitive, but you have to learn that. All these skills that you have to build and learn, we've all had to learn it kind of the hard way at times. I know for me, I have. So, and then also doing workshops on diversity, inclusion, and equity as well is an area that I've done as well.
That's really great. And, whether you are, a student or a job seeker and you don't have resources to this, I highly recommend, attending any of those free webinars. Oftentimes that happen in the community, whether it be, sometimes I think even with the Chamber of Commerce in your own regional area, every now and then they offer something like that. And I think that'd be really cool is to attend and get a refresher on that, especially if, you struggle with some of the topics conflict management, communicating, email etiquette, or, team building.
Or even confidence, to be able to do a presentation, people struggle with presenting. They struggle with navigating the bureaucratic settings, political settings. And so for me, that's where people have come to me for advice. Like, how do I navigate this situation? How do I navigate this crisis? And so I feel like the more you get comfortable with being uncomfortable with those type of areas, the more confidence that it'll build for you to be able to effectively address it more frequently.
Right. I would say I didn't do these when I was an undergrad student, and I so wish I did.
I don't remember them really. I don't know. I went to Sac State and I got my degree in communications, and I don't remember ever having those soft skill. Well, and maybe they had it and I didn't know about it, but I didn't. No one ever told me about negotiation. When I graduated,
Exactly.
No one ever told me like there'd be political landmines you had to avoid. Start working. Those are the conversations that. And for those of you who are college grad, welcome to the real world, which is, hey, when you graduate, you're going to have to start kind of navigating these spaces and really educating yourself. So you're not feeling like you're stepping on these landmines that they, again, don't tell you about as you progress in your roles and you become a manager and executive and whatnot.
Yes, and I think like what Lick was saying, it was probably not taught explicitly, right? They just didn't make it as obvious. I think that these are skill-setted experiences that I would have loved it. That it was so obvious. Like I wish, like in the perfect world, everybody who graduates or who goes through some sort of training has these experiences forever, regardless if you're obtaining a higher ed education or a college or a high school diploma. Right. You would have been equipped with the skills to navigate those steps, like the political spaces. How do I talk to my boss? How do I write everything? And so we're going to dive a little bit deeper into today. With your session is like negotiating salary. We just heard all morning long about the process, as a job seeker, putting your mindset first, right? And then going through those steps. And now let's just say we've gone through the whole process. We apply for jobs. We're going to do that a lot. We're going to do lots of interviews. Best case scenario, we get an offer. Mm-hmm. That's like the best case scenario. We get an offer, or even better, multiple offers. Yes. How do we conclude and start negotiating? What should people negotiate? Like when I was applying for jobs, I didn't realize I had a chance to negotiate, and I just didn't negotiate. I would just say yes because I'm so excited when I got the offer. Like someone out there is willing to hire me. So that energy, the frontal lobe of being objective about it, right? Emotionally just excited.
Yeah.
How do I know when it's a good time to negotiate, or how do I even start?
It's funny, when I graduated college, I got my first salary job and I was like, yes, I didn't care. I was like, I'm making money now. I thought I was, but I didn't even think that I could negotiate on certain terms. And to be honest with you, you can negotiate anything. And I didn't realize that. I think people get fixated on only the salary part of it, but don't focus on the value of it as a whole. And so nothing is off the table for negotiation. The benefits that come with additional costs to a company might be like a higher signing bonus, or you might be negotiating flexible work hours. You might be wanting to negotiate, like if the company is offering like tuition reimbursement or trainings or benefit packages. Nothing is really off the table. I think I read this book by Elaine Ritherroth, who is the author of More Than Enough. And one of the quotes that really stuck with me was the importance of knowing your floor and knowing your ceiling, and going in at your ceiling and not dropping below your floor, because it'll lead to dissatisfaction. Right. And so for me, in hearing that and knowing that and understanding what my values are, for example, if you live 2 hours away from a job, then you might negotiate, hey, for me, my value of life, I need to maybe have more flexible work hours. People don't think about that when negotiating, but that's important. Those different aspects and nuances for you. If you want more vacation time or sick time, if that's important over even the salary, that's something that's part of your value system. And And part of negotiating is being able to justify and have evidence and research to back up what your ask is, right? I think oftentimes we get in the habit of not wanting to ask, and I would encourage everyone to ask anyways. You ever heard that expression, closed mouths don't get fed? In this scenario, if you don't ask, and you don't know what you could potentially get, and you could be missing quite a bit of money, not just money, but benefits that you could lose by not asking. So I encourage you all to ask anyways. I actually looked at a survey in 2017 that PayScale did, which I would recommend you all go to. It's a website for employers, employees to help understand pays for every position and compensation and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the people on that survey, they had 31,000 people fill out that survey. And a lot of people indicated that they did not, more than half indicated that they did not indicate that they negotiated salary. And the three top reasons were either because their employee just gave them a raise, they felt uncomfortable with negotiating their salary, or they didn't want to be perceived as pushy. And for me, that resonated with me so much because I know for me personally, I'm the type of, I'm a Black woman. And so I am very, in my mindset, know that sometimes the perception of, unfortunately, Black women is that we are aggressive and pushy. And so for me, that's always in the back of my mind. But then also, I don't want to come off as seen as ungrateful. You know, you all gave me this opportunity. If I ask for more, will they rescind it? You know, will they rescind this opportunity all of a sudden and give it to someone else? I don't know if I'm the only one who's ever thought that, but I will own that those thoughts have ran through my mind.
Oh, and
so, for me, those are all, factors to the apprehension that I've had in the past for maybe not wanting to negotiate and not wanting to speak up and advocate for myself in that way. I was going to just say as well, knowing your floor and your ceiling, I think it's also important to do that research beforehand as well. I think that is so crucial to look at the different trends, to look at what industry you're in. That research part is really what's going to carry a lot of the conversation, right? I don't recommend someone, I wouldn't recommend you doing the offer first, like hear what the employer has to say and what they're offering as far as the package is going. And then take a moment, don't feel pressured, but take a moment, take a step back and wait. It's okay to go back and say, hey, I hear your offer. Let me get back to you and do my research and see what's going to be best for me. And going to websites like salary.com, Glassdoor, PayScale, those are websites you can go to and do research and do that kind of navigation and research to prep to have those conversations, right? And then the other thing I'll just mention is the importance of practicing, right? I don't think people practice enough when they come into these situations. Like, we practice for interviews, we practice for practice before speech. We practice for so many different things. And this is one area you don't want to just go off the cuff. You want to make sure that you have someone you've practiced out loud with, that you've shared what you're going to say. Maybe it's to a coach, maybe it's to a mentor or a friend. But that helps increase your confidence in knowing what you're wanting to negotiate and ask for.
Absolutely. And I think that's so valuable what you mentioned there, like doing the research ahead of time, right? And even when you get the offer, and again, go back, like your emotions are high because you're like, yes, I'm worth it. Someone's seeing that. Someone's going to offer, someone's wanting to hire me. But really allowing yourself to take a pause and go, thank you so much for the offer. I really appreciate that. how soon can I get back to you regarding the offer? This is a big decision making, and I want to make sure I get a chance to review the offer really quick as well. And giving them, some insight to letting them know that, you're still thinking, you're still processing it. And there's nothing wrong with pushing back a little and saying, give me some time. Let me just process this as well. This is a big commitment decision.
Right.
And so I hear you on that. I think that's really important. And yes, practicing. We practice for a lot of things in life, but we don't negotiate. We don't practice negotiating. And that's the biggest part, is you just not practicing saying, I'm interested. Can we look at, right? So I think those are one of my favorite starting points is I would probably approach my first, I recommend is thank the recruiter or the hiring manager, because they're very, very busy people. You're not the only recruitment they're recruiting. They're probably recruiting a bunch of other ones, right? Mm-hmm. And so you have to get them on your side. So I usually like to approach it where it's I want to come from a place where I feel like I want them to understand where I'm coming from and why I'm going to do my big ask. So I usually would say, thank you so much for the interview and learning about the company and the position and the offer. Mm-hmm. And after learning so much, I just really appreciate, I'm so excited. Continuing excitement here, right? Mm-hmm. And then I would say, after reviewing the position, and doing my own research regarding the position and the offer here and the compensation package, it's not just numbers here, right? There are other things that, you have to weigh in. I'm really excited. I think I was wondering, because again, what I also learned from you in the early days as well, there's nothing wrong with wondering. There is nothing wrong with wondering. So I would say, I was wondering if we can explore X, Y, and Z, whatever those concerns. I wouldn't make a long laundry list of things I want. They're just not going to meet that. So I would prioritize, the first 2-3 things I'm hoping that we could sort of sort of try to explore and see if we can fit those in, if we can achieve some of that.
Right.
How does that sound so far?
No, I think that's that you're right on the mark. I think that, I think part of that is, I think, saying it out loud and not just saying it in your head, and then writing those points down. What are your 3 top points that you want? And again, having that evidence to back it up. Mm-hmm. And if you have numbers from your previous role, if you're trying to say, negotiate that I want a raise at my job, then I think it would be beneficial to have, hey, here's my previous job description, and here's what I've been doing now, and I'm wondering, if there's opportunity for me to get reclassified, or if there's an opportunity for a raise at this point, since I am no longer doing the same duties I was doing when I first got hired, And I think not through email, not through text, not over the phone, right? I know we're in a generation where social media and texting and calling or whatever, but in person, there's nothing I know with COVID, it's prevented us from having more in person, but me personally, there's nothing like that in person or over Zoom. You could see my face, you could feel my genuineness, versus over the phone tone, I can't see you. So I don't know, I don't know how to receive it, versus when I can see your face and I can see your authenticity, if that makes sense. So there is something to that. And then again, reviewing other job descriptions to compare to yours. If there's other places where they're doing the same thing, but it's thousands of dollars more, there's better benefit packages, and have that laid out. Hey, there's this role that's comparable to mine, and I just want to show the differences in this. And is there an opportunity for us to have a conversation to potentially rework my role, and rewrite it to where it works and we're both happy.
Yes, and that's so true.
That's where, at the end of the day, you want it to be a win-win scenario for your employer and for yourself. You might not get everything that you want, but I think that if you can get a lot of what you want and you feel at peace about it after, I think that speaks volumes.
Mm-hmm. And also understanding, they can't meet all of your needs. So of the ones that they are able to, are you still going to be happy with taking the job? Because the worst case scenario is you take the job and you're not going to be happy. You're not happy with the pay. You're not happy with the benefits. You're just not, guess what? You're back in applying again. And so this actually doesn't help the organization or yourself, right? We're both not meeting our needs. And so I think that's really important. And that people often forget how important this is. Like if, you don't get XYZ, are you still willing to take the job? Are you still willing to go in and be happy and do the work? And that's very important, especially, when you're negotiating, is understanding, okay, I'm going to ask for X, Y, and Z, and here are my supporting evidence. If we're able to get closer to that, that's great, right? And if we're not, are you willing to say no, right? And be back in the job search again, go back to applying, go back to interviewing.
And that's the hard part, I think, is really knowing whether or not you are going to be willing to say no if you feel very strongly that you want to be in a situation that aligns with your values. And I'm really big on that over everything, especially being in the industry and working as long as I have. If something is not aligning with my values, if the company's values don't align with mine, and they're not willing to, then I think at this point I'm okay with walking away. But you might be in a situation where you're like, I need a job.
Yeah.
And
you might end up taking and just like it'll be just sort of like you clocky in, clocky out style, right? And I think it goes back to that's what I like when I work with clients. One of my favorites to work on right at the beginning is values. Let's clarify, what are your values? What's important to you? Because again, values are that more internal compass that guides us, that helps us make a decision about, yes, that's a great offer, take it, or no, that's a crappy offer. You're going to be doing more work. Are you willing to do more work for less pay? Right? Or are you willing to do something else like you've never been trained on to do? And you're like, oh, I'm going to have to learn this. Is learning a value that you enjoy, that you, as a part of who you are. And so it's important to understand that values, because, they come in, they kick in. This is the part where it starts kicking in a whole lot more. It comes in when you think about company culture and how does that align with your own values? But they really kick in here when you're trying to make a decision about, okay, do I say yes? Do I say no? And am I willing to take on the repercussions if I say no? That means I don't have a job. That means, or I'm still in my current job or role, right? And am I going to be okay with that? And I think that's the big piece, is people need to practice that, and it takes time. I'm a horrible negotiator. I would tell folks I'm an easy yes. I remember growing up being an easy yes, meaning if a boss had said to me, do this, I'm like, yes. I didn't go back to negotiating because I was so scared to even ask, because I was afraid, like you're saying, being pushy, right? I was afraid of being the person to say no. Or saying, I will do it, but can we explore this? I didn't even have the language built in. So I was so afraid to say and negotiate for my needs. And once I learned about negotiating, I'm like, what? I can ask for that. I can ask for a working title. I can ask for projects, funding to do the things I wanted to do. I didn't even know. Or I can say, no, that's a lot of work. And if someone's going to give me more work, something else needs to come off my plate for me to do this type of work.
Yeah. And I think I think you shared such a valid point. And, I think for me, as I've navigated, different spaces, that has just stood true. And with negotiation, I would just recommend for you to take time to write down your values. Just make sure that the job that you're negotiating for aligns with your values. I know for me, a big value is time. So people ask, oh, how come you're not a vice president or a president or a dean? Well, it takes time. I like my time. I like my time. And that's why if I'm going to put my time towards somewhere, I'm going to put it in myself and my business, I'm just choosing to take a different route, but that goes back to negotiation as well, and really writing down your values, and again, being willing to walk away if you feel that it's not going to meet your needs in the long run, or it might be something temporarily you say yes to, but then you actively look for something that will land you in the position that that will be fulfilling in the way that you need.
Yeah, that's so true. And I've myself, absolutely. When I applied for a position after graduate school and I got an offer, and I was so excited about it because I'm like, yes, finally someone's going to hire me. Grad school was totally worth it. Okay, yay, And then I realized that they couldn't offer me more than what I was worth. And so I realized they were going to give me less pay for more work, and I know the people, I know the organization, I value, and it took a lot of time and courage to say no.
Yeah.
Because if I took on the yes, I would have devalued the work that I bring. And I know that going inside, I would have probably ended up really dissatisfied and hate myself for saying yes for something, right?
Yeah,
so I did take the risk of saying no. I had nothing lined up. So that meant, yes, I had to go back in there, apply, interview, the whole cycle all over again. And that was the risk I was willing to take.
Yeah.
But, you know, and I understand not everybody's able to do that. But that's why it's so important to understand where do you say yes to and where do you say no to, and how do you negotiate, and practicing over and over again, like, you know, assessing the package. Again, it's not just the dollar of value. It is beyond that. It's the benefits of time. I tell folks, if you're in a hazard paid environment, or let's just say, for example, you're working in the lab, your eyes are on the microscope all the time. Vision is probably something really important to you. You know, it might be something that's really important if you wear glasses. I wear glasses. So for me, it's always something I'm like, ooh, what's the vision plan, right? So understanding like what's important to you and really guiding your conversations and prioritizing what are those, you know, few things you're hoping to accomplish in your negotiation, and do it in a way where it's, I would say, you know, you're not, like you're saying, we're negotiating, we want to be in a good space and time, meaning I obviously don't want to go on a day where I'm not energized, or I'm not, like, you know, I'm frustrated. I probably want to pick a day and time to negotiate when it's a little bit more of like, you know, softer. It's, you know, objective. I'm, like I said, I'm caffeinated, I'm objective. I'm not, you know, at the end of the day where I'm like frustrated.
Burnout.
You know, I want to clear my mind and space, so that way when I'm going into the negotiation conversation, it's very clear what I'm articulating and what I want and what I'm going to bring, right? Again, I tell you, you're kind of doing like a mini interview one more time. Now with the boss, right? Or the hiring manager, and you're pitching to them one more time about what is it that you bring? Because I think sometimes folks may not realize it, but the person who says yes and no to what you're proposing, your counter offer essentially is, it may or may not be the people who interview you, the hiring manager. It might be the HR.
Oftentimes they're not.
And so they never heard your story. They have no idea what you're referring to. And so you have to re-pitch one more time again about what is it that you bring. And I'm wondering, when you work with clients in the past before, you know, what would you say is a tip that you recommend for job seekers and career changers, again, about negotiating? When would be like, for example, like, what's a good day to negotiate? Or, you know, when's a good time to negotiate?
I think it depends on the person. You know, everybody has their times of days where they feel refreshed. I know for me personally, I'm more on in the morning. You catch me after 5 o'clock, I'm not going to be as on or energized to really focus. And some people are the opposite. Some people at the 3 or 4 o'clock hour, nope, I'm focused. I have less distractions, you know, and that also plays a role too. You want to be in a space and a place in your house where you can really focus, have everything laid out, just like you would an interview. You had mentioned that earlier. You know, when you're doing these Zoom interviews, you got to be in a quiet space in the room. It's got to be at the right time. So in that same space, I would say that being in the right spirit, in the mindset, being relaxed and not nervous. I think part of that, it comes with that practice, and really knowing and being clear about what do you want, what it is that you're going in with, and what you're hoping for, and going in with the mindset of like, I'm going in to get this, and even if I don't get this, I'm still going to have a good attitude after, because I think that's important too. You don't want it to show on your face that you're like defeated. And still keep a face. You want to keep your poker face on, just like you would in an interview, right? You want to make sure that you're in positive spirits, and that you're, regardless of the outcome, you're grateful and humble for the conversation, that you're in the space that you're able to have this conversation in. So.
Thank you so much, Shayla. That is so wonderful. And I wish we had more time, but we don't, fortunately. So Shayla, if folks wanted to learn more from you, connect with you, how would they do so?
Definitely hit me up on LinkedIn, Shayla Walker, or you can email me directly at sdwconsulting.training@gmail.com. Those are the best means right now. I'm still working on getting my website up. We don't up this year.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna do it. I know you're gonna do it.
Yes. So those are the best ways. But I'd love to connect with you all. I'm very open to even just supporting, mentoring, whatever you all need. So
thank you so much, 𝗖𝗿. Again, huge fan, and I appreciate your time and energy. Thank you so much. So, folks, you learned a little bit there about what to do when negotiating. All right, we're hopping over. We're going to start transitioning. We're going to connect over here to our next segment, which is connecting about the purpose of intentionality with 𝗬𝗍𝗂𝗍. So, hop on over there. We're going to start soon. Thank you so much, 𝗖𝗿. Appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you
here today. Yay. And I know folks are tuning on over from, we just had a really great conversation about negotiating. So, and Shay shared some wonderful aspect about the negotiation process a little bit with us, a few strategies as well. So thank you so much for joining us. For folks who don't know who 𝗬𝗍𝗂𝗍 is, let me connect and share with you. He's a certified high performance coach. He has guided people to self-discover new habits and tools so they can enjoy a life that they create and design. He utilizes positive energy and sense of humor to create a relaxed and nurturing environment for growth. He helps his clients to overcome their limiting beliefs and creates incredible changes and to stretch their thinking, to have ambitious dreams. He leads one-on-one private coaching as well as facilitates group coaching calls. So thank you so much, 𝗬𝗍𝗂𝗍. I really appreciate your time and energy. And I also, on my podcast, I have interviewed 𝗬𝗍𝗂𝗍 as well. So if you want to learn much more deeper about his approach, I highly recommend checking out our show on YouTube. You can catch his my session with him where we learn more about his work. So 𝗬𝗍𝗂𝗍, tell us a little bit more. But before we do, I've been asking everyone, folks, I enjoy food so much. What's your favorite food?
Well, Eva, I just want to say it's a pleasure of mine to be here, and it's a pleasure to be around all of these women, right? It's like all of these women speakers, and especially with this week, how we celebrated International Women's Day, right? So first of all, I am honored to be surrounded by these women speakers who are sharing their tips and their strategies. So I love it. I love it. My favorite food would have to be sushi.
And
specifically sashimi, right? Just like raw fish.
Whoa, you're the very brave.
With that, a little deeper. I love eating the raw fish and making it into sushi la, right? So I was like, oh my gosh, that's like my number one thing. Like, so if I could eat that for the rest of my life, like I'll be fine.
What? Oh my God, you're so brave. So I like sushi too, but I don't eat sashimi, so I don't eat raw. Partly because I'm afraid to get food poisoning.
Oh, you'll be right.
I know, I'm always afraid, but I've been slowly doing like a mix, like the rolls where it's like half raw and half cooked. And so that way it doesn't get to my mind too much. It doesn't scare me too much, but I've been enjoying it. So I
try to stay away from the rolls as much as I can because in all that rice, right? Then it kind of fills me up. So I want to enjoy the fish. So. Yeah, I hear you
on that. I can eat like the shrimp, the shrimp like cooked on its own. I can eat like plates of it, but I do try to avoid the rolls because they do fill me up really fast. It's one of those times where I wish I had a second stomach so I can add more.
Well, even if I ever come to California, we're going to go grab some sushi and you're going to eat the raw sushi, okay? So
lots of sushi rolls.
Yeah.
Right. Well, 𝗬𝗍𝗂𝗍, let's jump into a little bit more. How did you get involved into becoming a high performance coach? Let us know a little bit more about how did you start this journey?
Yeah, I would say I fell into high performance coaching, but to preface that, so I've been practicing this for my whole life because I've been helping people. People will come to me for advice, will come to me to help with projects and things, their struggles and challenges, right? It's just that now I have this title of high performance coach, right? So I would say I fell into it, but I've been practicing and training for it my whole life. Yeah.
And I don't think people knew, but what type of work did you do to kind of prepare you for this career?
So I come from a education background as well as athletic coaching background, right? Mm-hmm. So those were kind of go hand in hand, and that helped with the transition because in athletic coaching, specifically football, I was able to coach players one-on-one as well as lead group coaching as well. So then that helped me transition into what I get to do now as a high performance coach.
And as a high performance coach, how do you help people? What are some common themes that you help people tackle on in your sessions, whether it be individuals or group?
Yeah, and I just also want to, before I even answer it, I just want to say everyone can be a high performer. Okay, it doesn't have to be the athlete, the Olympian, the CEO. It could be a student, a teacher, a stay-at-home parent. Everyone can be a high performer. And what does that look like for you, right? One person, for me, could be high performance to me is making sure I'm getting up every day at 6 a.m., right? Getting that practice in. Or for somebody else, it's, I need to get up, get my workout on, get my morning routine. So how it looks for you is defined by you, right? Don't let anybody else define what that success or what that high performance level means for you.
That's really good. And which brings up to our topic today with what I want. And thank you so much for taking your time to, connect with me and share a little bit more with everyone here about, what is intentionality and how do we practice that? Why do we even what is this topic all about? Essentially about intentionality.
Yeah. So intentionality or intention is basically just having a plan, right? Having that plan so that you can get the things done that you want to get done or complete the things that you want to complete, right? I love to come back to saying intentionality is about creating, right? You're taking a proactive approach, right? You're creating your day, you're creating your month, however that looks for you, and not taking a reactive approach and saying, that happens, then I'll do this, right? But now you are taking back that control, right? Taking control and saying, this is what my intention is for the day. Like me coming on here, right? Like you said earlier, you shared earlier, this is a new platform. This is new for all of us. We're all coming on here. I came on here to say, what is my intention when I'm talking to Eva during this fireside chat? But hey, just share openly. Also, another piece is what are some obstacles that might happen, right? New technology, we might not connect, all of that, right? So preparing yourself for things that might happen and just saying, okay, this is how I want to show up. This is who I want to be when you and I are connecting and having a conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so can you give us an example of maybe in the past when you worked with the client about how to practice that? What was your approach to helping them overcome their challenges and how to be very intentional?
Yeah, intentionality. So I love to work with people. When we talk about intention, it's about calendaring. Take control of your calendar. What can you do for your calendar, on your calendar, regardless if it's a paper calendar or electronic calendar, so that you are setting your intentions for that day and not just letting things happen by chance or randomness or go with the flow kind of thing, right? So taking back that control and saying, okay, at 3:00, I'm connecting with Eva because I'm going to be on with her, making sure it's in my calendar, reminding myself so that I don't double book, I don't go off memory. I remember it's in my calendar. I can review and say, oh yeah, I have to connect at this time, right? And not just letting things just go off memory, because we have 60,000 thoughts that come into our mind every day, daily basis. If we try to just go off memory, we're going to forget things. Life happens, right? So taking back the control and saying, okay, I'm going to write this down so I just don't go off of my memory.
And that's so good. I'm so glad you mentioned that, because as we learn more, right, our capacity to absorb information, I feel like, since the pandemic as well, I feel like there's the freeway. It's like a freeway of lightning fires, right? You're learning so much because you have to learn how to do things, navigate things that you didn't think you need to. For example, going to the store, I have to remind myself, bring mask, bring the hand sanitizer, right? So, and it's it's easy to forget because I didn't have to worry and do things like that before. Now I do. And I've been conditioning myself every time, going to the store, do this, do that. Don't forget keys. Don't forget. Right. Yeah. And it's coming to the point where I'm wow, I'm really having to condition myself. And it's so much harder, right? When you have to, if you just rely on your memory. You're oh, I'll remember that. I'll remember that. And realize I don't. I've gone to the store and realized, oh my goodness, I left the mask at home. So guess what? Now I have a bunch of masks in the car because I just keep forgetting them because they weren't part of my natural, go to the store trip kind of style. And you're saying yes, putting in your calendar in time to do things, being very intentional about your day. What are you going to do? What are you reminding yourself? Yeah. I think right now, when I work with clients, and I know you have too, like one of my biggest challenge or the biggest challenge I see many of my clients really come across is expressing like time, like you mentioned, that time, like, oh, I'll do it. And then when I ask, well, when are you going to do it? And they can't give me an explanation about when, because they're relying on that memory. Like you're saying, like, I'll just remind myself to do it. But in a day, you're going through a lot of things to do already. So how can you possibly have that energy and time, right? So placing that energy into doing something. And one of the things I recommend, right, and I'm wondering if you recommend it too, is like if you're a job seeker right now or a career changer and you want to make change, I tell folks, if you're applying for jobs, you should at a bare minimum, set at least 30 minutes to an hour, just in whatever calendar system you're using, right? Out of the 7 days, set that 1 hour for you to sit down and actually just look at job postings and apply. Yes, that means revising your cover letter. That means updating your resume. And so that way it keeps you accountable. Otherwise, if you say, I'll apply for it. How do we know you actually applied for it, right? How do you know that? And I think that's what we're kind of breaking down today is like, putting our energy towards and, being very intentional. And how do we structure that? I think that, when we don't and we just rely on that memory, like, oh, we'll get it done. Well, like you're saying, life happens. What if something happens and all of a sudden it no longer is part of it was not part of your calendar. So it gets bumped down, it gets bump and bump and bump. And guess what? You never applied. The job deadline has passed and you missed the opportunity, that window of opportunity.
Yeah. And I love when you brought up about the going to the store, right? When we go to the store and we're intentional about it, we make a list, right? Say, oh, this is my grocery list. And then that's when we know what we need to get. And when we don't make a list and we'll say, oh, I'll go off memory and I just need these 5 items. When you get to the store, it's happened to all of us. It's okay. I was like, oh my gosh, I've got 4 items, but I know I needed 5. What was that 5th item? And then you won't remember until you get home, right? So it could be something that simple when you're intentional about going to the store, having that grocery list, right? So that you can remember right off your list and not just go off memory and say, okay, check off. Done. This is what I wanted to get done.
Oh, and I'm kind of like even worse than that. I have a list. And let me know in chat if whether you're live or on the replay, if you ever had a list, right? And let's just say you jot down like 2 to 3 lists. Like my common ones are like, for example, like shampoo, toothpaste, things you go through every month that you're always in need of. And you try to make your goal, you're busy, and you go and you come out with things not on your list. And then you come back and go, oh my gosh, out of the things on my list, I only got 2 of them. Yes. And I'm just, so like being that like very intentional, right? So I had to learn early on because I kept doing that. And I would hate to say like, I get very distracted because when we're at the store, right, we see all these new stuff, seasonal stuff. We get so excited. I'm like, oh, that's cute. Let's go check that out. And, and I get distracted with the shopping, like nowadays, because everything's still closed off.
Yeah.
Running to do a quick Target run or Walmart run or go to the grocery is I was the highlight of the week. Yeah. But it's because I always forget. I get so distracted. And I was one of those who got very distracted early on. And I realized I ended up wasting time and money on things I didn't need because they were not on my list. They're not needs versus wants, right? And so I will come out and realize, oh my gosh, I only achieved 2. Now I have to go back and do another run. Yes. And I hated myself because I'm like, oh my goodness, like this is horrible. How do I get out of that? And so what I'd learned was that of my list, I need to hit that first. I need to hit those aisles. I need to go to the shampoo aisle. I need to go to the Q-tip aisles. I need to get all the stuff on my list first. And then whatever a lot of time I had left, right? If, shopping took an hour or 2, then I could go browse through the rest of the, the lanes for the cute stuff, the stuff I wanted to see, the music, the books, the clothing. That's when I get a chance to do that stuff. So I had to learn to reshuffle and prioritize my shopping experience because I thought I did it right. I thought, oh, I'll have a list. I'll be done. And I realized, oh, I got a list. I only got half of it done.
Yes, and also I see a number of students in the audience, right? And for those students who said, how can I be intentional with my time? Hey, you can be intentional with your time. And it's okay to take back that control and say, hey, I need some me time, right? Be a little selfish so that you can work on yourself, regardless if that's schoolwork, if that's a skill that you want to level up in. take back that control and don't, because we're so busy. We're all busy people, right? We have families, regardless if you have a spouse, if you have kids, or if you just have, your siblings and your mom and dad. They all expect a lot from us. They all ask us for a lot of things. But if we don't take that time for ourselves, say, no, I have to do this for myself, right? Taking out that time for yourself and be selfish during that time. You'll have time for family. You'll have time for relationships. But we tend to forget about ourselves, like not taking care of ourselves.
Yeah, and that's so true. I had to learn that, again, the hard way too. When I got into my first couple of jobs, I worked so hard. You put your energy and time, and you forget to take care of yourself. You forget to set time just for yourself to kind of check in and see, okay, what did I accomplish? What was my goal today? And what are still my needs? What are the things I'm still missing? And I didn't do that. I didn't do self-care really well, and I wish that I was more strategic about it, and I didn't. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was still doing other things that also inspired me and helped me, but I wasn't strategic about it. I didn't set time for myself, and I didn't hold myself accountable. And so, and it took time to kind of flesh it out, like a system or structure that would help me say, okay, out of 40 hours of work, and I got XYZ things to do, can I set an hour for myself to do something and just pause? And it's been a mix. I think when I was younger, I probably said I just want to sleep. So you're tired, you just want to sleep, or I just want to get on the couch, put on Netflix, or a movie or show, and just drift away from my duties and responsibilities. And I think to some degree, yes, it does help, when you're able to relax. I tell folks I would read, it's probably things not good for your brain cells. So I would end up reading those magazines for celebrities, about celebrity gossip, because it was a way to just sort of get away from my own, my life, my own experience. I was like, oh, who's happening? Oh my gosh, someone's getting divorced, or oh my goodness, they're back on,
Yeah.
So I would just wrap myself around in that, and I wasn't very intentional with my time. And I wish that I really developed the tools and tips early on to be very intentional about your time when you give yourself, the time to love yourself or really recognize your achievements, identify and be aware. And I'm wondering, when you work with clients, and give us some insight a little bit more about what's some tools and tips. And I mean, you mentioned the calendaring is one of them, setting time for yourself. What have you seen clients work through that has helped people really take ownership of being intentional?
And I love how you brought up the point about reading those gossip magazines.
Yeah,
help you.
I'm guilty.
And that's okay, right? No judgment here, right? That's the thing. We no judgment. If that's what Eva does to kind of let your mind loose and kind of relax and come back and whatever, that's perfectly fine. There's no one size fits all. Oh, you must do this. You must do this. You must do this. No. Mm-hmm. Find out what works for you, right? If that works for you, read that magazine, but also set a timer, right? Have those boundaries of saying, I'm going to read this for 15 minutes max. Set an alarm on your phone. We all have a smartphone. We can all set an alarm. When that 15-minute hits, get off of that magazine, right? Mm-hmm. Same thing with social media. Is scrolling through social media, is that helpful for you? Is that put you more at ease? Okay, fine. Set a timer, 15 minutes. Scroll. Because there's been plenty of times, we all done it. I'm guilty of it as well. Scroll. We're reading people's Instagram reels, watching their Facebook posts. And by the time we realize we've lost an hour, 2 hours of our time, it's oh my gosh, what has happened? Right. So being intentional about setting that alarm, whatever fits for you. There's no one size fits all. So whatever fits for you, set the alarm. Once it goes off, though, tell yourself you have to get off. Don't hit snooze like sometimes we do with the alarm clock in the morning, right? Don't hit snooze and then let it go and then go and go again. So just be intentional about that piece as well.
That's so good. I'm glad you mentioned about social media, because right now our lives are sort of wrapped around it, mm-hmm. right? And everything we're doing, because we're also, again, not engaged in person. We're operating remotely for everything that we do, whether that's, making a purchase on Amazon, or shopping experiences, to connecting with our friends and our families. And I think that what you're saying it's so true. I can easily fall into the trap of Instagram. I could probably go through an hour long of just swiping right and left, or the YouTube. Because, they're so smart. They just let you what is it? They play on the next episode.
Yeah, it loops.
Right?
Yeah.
And by the time you know, I'm like 2 hours in, I'm too invested. I'm so invested. I'm like, oh my goodness. I just spent 2 hours watching, like right now I've been watching, I'm guilty. I'm watching about people, their experience with not acupuncture, chiropractor.
Okay.
So they're getting like adjusted. And I've been watching these little segments of these videos and I'm like, oh my gosh, I spent over 2 hours worth watching people get adjusted to like chiropractor adjustments and back popping and things like that. And I realized in that 2 hours, I could have done something else too. And I hear what you're saying. Like, yes, you know, you can, if you find it enjoyable and it's humor, it's entertainment, right? It kind of helps you, you know, like whatever it is, like, you know, check out a little bit. But also like putting those limits in, like, okay, I'm going to spend 30 minutes at most, give myself a timer. And then when it's time's up, I need to transition, start heading towards my next, you know, attention of what the day is or my goals are. And I think that's a practice that, you know, I wasn't taught that. And I think even now, like today, we're not, no one's teaching you how to do this because you think about it, it's your phone, you can own it, you can do whatever you want with it, and no one's going to keep your timing, only you keep your time. And I really like and appreciate that tip and tool there you have about, like, you know, your time and being intentional. For folks who are watching, again, let us know in chat, what's one of your strategies that you go to or that you use when, you know, you're trying to account for your time? Is there anything new, you know, that you want to share with other folks? I'd love to hear that. And I know that, you know, when I want to also, again, what about when it comes to like those other difficult challenges, you know, when you work with clients, how do you help them overcome a challenge, especially, for example, like helping them raise their awareness or helping them understand like how to overcome a challenge?
Yeah, again, right. Also intentionality, right? So are you being, that next action step, is it aligned with where you want to go, what you want to do, right? So taking a step back and assessing your situation, where is it that you want to go, where you want to be, or who you want to be, right? And saying, okay, is the next action step aligned with where you want to go? And if you feel like it is, hey, take that step. A lot of times it's the right step. Sometimes it's not, right? But now we know, okay, taking the next step, that next action step wasn't the right one. Come back, assess, look at different options, and then we can find something else to get to where you want to get to.
That's really good. And I know that, folks, if you've been, again, hearing all morning long and all afternoon about, you know, again, hitting some milestones, you know, like I said, whether it's completing an application, submitting for, you know, your resume, your cover letter, right? Even practicing interviewing or practicing negotiating from previous conversations, right? What will be those action steps, and do they align with what you want to do, right? What you want to accomplish? And I think that's really important. And as a coach, you know, how do you help them be accountable? What happens when your clients don't come through? Let's just say life happens. They forget. They forgot.
And it doesn't mean they're a bad person, right? So, you know, we don't sit on it. I don't judge them and say, okay, now do we need to revisit this goal, or do we need to revisit this strategy, right? So just kind of taking another step back and say, is the goal still where you want to go, or let's come back, let's revisit that strategy then. So just kind of assessing it that way and asking them, hey, what happened? Why didn't you do it? Or why didn't you stay committed to what you said you were going to do? And things happen. It's life. And they could say, oh, I was sick. I was having some family problems. I was like, okay, fine. Is this something you're still committed to doing? Okay, let's just do it again. Let's just say this next week, let's work on it, right? No, not coming from a judgment place, just me more of a curiosity place. Say what happened. Because we all make mistakes. Just because we make a bad choice or bad mistake doesn't mean we're a bad person or we're not capable of doing it. It just so happens that, you know, something else came up or life happens. But now if it's repeated over and over again, we'll revisit that. There's something deeper there, right? There's something else going on there. Why are you not staying committed to what you said you want to do, right? And so we'll dig a little deeper there.
Right. And I think that's what's unique about having a coach, is someone who's going to be able to spot those patterns, right? If you're going to the pattern of like, I want to do it, everybody wants to do something, right? There's the aspiration and goals, but in order to keep you accountable, I think that's what's really unique is having a coach to keep you accountable and identify some of those patterns and then exploring what are those underlying issues. Is it because you're not using a system that works for you? You're using a system someone recommended, or, just identifying what's going to be a system and process that's going to work for you, for your system. And I love folks who are chiming in, right, about the system that you use. I think Alejandra mentioned she uses Trello. Great. Calendars, to-do list, timer, visual timers, and also apps that don't allow on my phone for a certain amount of time.
That's really love good. That. Yeah.
Love that. Yeah. Setting intention for going to bed by review and writing before starting the day and when going to bed. And of course, I totally agree too. It is hard to learn something new, but it is definitely harder to unlearn bad habits. Right.
Yes.
And I think that, and what you're saying, with having the coaching, going through having a coach, spot those differences and say, what, notice that you've been doing this XYZ time, and to me it looks like you have a pattern of this. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
And let's re-strategize about a system that works for you. Like I've used Trello and Asana. Those are great to-do lists and things like that too. And they're both great. Like both there's a bunch of other ones out there too as well. But I know that I have a gravity towards a certain one because for me, I like, from what works for me, I like simplicity. I call it the ease of use. Is it easy to use, right? Yes. If it takes me more than 3 or 4 clicks, I'm like, that's too hard. That takes too long and it doesn't work for me. For other people, that might work for them.
Yes.
Right? But for me, I think that's the hard part, is identifying and being aware of that, and then really setting out your goals to be very intentional and setting that time, like we've been talking about, setting that time to really make sure that, this is going to be a system that works for you. Otherwise, we can put all our energy and time doing something that doesn't work for you.
Yes. And I just also want to add one other thing, right? We have these students here, we have young minds here. You have to figure out the difference between what is keeping you busy and what is keeping you purposeful, right? We could all be busy. We could be doing laundry, doing chores, doing all of this stuff. But, there's time for that. Is that really serving our purpose? Is that moving a needle for us? If it's not, then that's something that we could kind of put off or hold off on, because then now we have to make sure we're doing things that are purposeful, right? That's still working towards our purpose. As we heard from a speaker earlier, it's like, how do we find that purpose, right? So just ask yourself those questions, and that question about, hey, is this keeping me busy, or is this actually going towards me being purposeful?
That's so good. I appreciate that insight there. Thank you so much, Elliot. We're learning so much more, and I appreciate that. I know our time is wrapping up. Elliot, if folks wanted to connect with you and learn more from you, how would they do so?
Oh my gosh, time does sure fly by, right?
I know.
So, if you want to connect with me, you just want to find out more about what coaching is all about, right? 𝗥𝗲𝗶𝗺𝗶.com. So you could just go to my website and then find out more information there, connect with me there. Hey, just come and get a free session, right? We could talk about where you want to go, what you want to do, and I'll just help you navigate that. No obligations at all whatsoever, right? Just kind of find out more about the coaching industry.
Thank you so much. And again, really quick, what are you looking forward to doing after the pandemic is over?
I'm looking forward to going to live events and connecting with people in person, right? We've all had an event like this. If we were live in person, it'd be so cool to see everybody's expressions, faces, get to high five and meet people. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that, but I'm looking forward to attending live events again so I could get to see people in person.
Yes, absolutely. I think you and everyone, absolutely. All right. Thank you, Elliot, so much.
Thank you,
appreciate
Eva.
your time and energy, and I'll catch you later, okay?
Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, folks.
Bye, everyone.
We're going to jump on over to our next segment. We're getting towards the end here with Laura.
Address some of your health aspects in your life, right? It's not just mental and physical health. There's also emotional health, spiritual health, financial health, social health. So really think about what are the practices that meet those needs in those health aspects. And then lastly, healing is really something that I would say is becoming more mainstream. A lot of people are like, we need healing, right? Because there's so much that happened last year. Healing is a process itself. It is a process that you choose. You have to choose it, and only you can choose it for yourself. And it is also okay to acknowledge and be honest when you are not ready for healing. And so I know a lot of folks, earlier this morning we were talking about the imposter syndrome and how it's socially constructed. And there was a really great comment that I saw from one of the participants that said, it might be from the fear of rejection. And so when you get a rejection from like a job offer you were hoping, it may trigger all sorts of types of traumas that you got as a child or growing up, where you might have experienced abandonment from the people that you thought were supposed to be there for you. You might have experienced having to prove yourself just so that your family or community would accept and love you, right? You may, there's all these other traumas that really feed into our fears of rejection. Yeah. That what ends up happening when you don't heal on your fears and your traumas around rejection, abandonment, you can internalize that, where you start rejecting yourself, and then you sabotage yourself from all the opportunities that you may already, like you said, Eva, earlier, dismiss yourself from even applying, right? And so, and the healing process definitely is something that you're intentional, setting time for yourself to unpack what happened to you in a very safe and controlled way. This is where a therapist, a counselor, someone who has capacity to hold space for you to unpack some of those layers of fears and stressors and emotions that happened to you in the past, so that you can make sense of it and you can really learn the lesson of it. And when you've healed, when you can tell your story without being triggered, when you can really share the wisdom that you've acquired after processing through and healing from that trauma. And so when you get like a rejection from a job that you were hoping to receive an offer, you're just like, you know what, it's okay, because that just means that I'm better fit somewhere else, and that's fine.
That's so wonderful. Oh my gosh, Laura, that's so good. And I'm so glad you shared about those 3 approaches. I think that's so helpful. Folks, if you're listening, right, to what Laura shared, what resonated with you, let us know in chat. And again, even if you're catching us on the replay, I think that's so powerful, and what you're saying, especially about the healing piece. The fear of rejection, absolutely. I think that when we apply for jobs, or, we, and even the trauma we experience, whether big or small, we internalize it. I think I grew up in a community and space and time, and even with my parents, like, we don't talk about trauma, because like, here I am, a little girl. How would my trauma be any significant than my parents' trauma? Right, compared to them. So I went through this comparison of trauma. Like, I shouldn't talk about trauma because, I didn't live their life. So, and what they experienced is so different. But at the end of the day, like now as an adult, I realize, but that's still trauma. That is a different type of trauma, and we internalize it. And when there's no spaces to talk about, like seeking counseling and therapy or just processing it, and that's where I really see it. It's people often think. I remember going through my program. And I had this professor. Oh, it's awesome. I remember she described Dr. Elizabeth Lyles. There's 2 types of people in this world, either dead or dysfunctional. And so everybody, right, is dysfunctional at some point. And we need to take that time and space, to really process, to see where we're at, whether we're feeling, intimidated by the factors out there, or, we're saying maybe, we're ready to heal, we're not ready to heal, and that's okay. And it's hard to verbalize. I think that's the biggest piece right now, Laura, is that I'm seeing that with the pandemic and, the add-on layers, like you could feel the energy, like you're saying, when this happened, you felt the energy changed. Mm-hmm. But it's so hard. And even to this day, I think for many people to verbalize. I think verbalization has increased significantly because our method of communication is more amplified. And what I mean by that is like social media, right? So we have a bit more awareness of it, like mental health. But for many people, like verbalizing it and saying that is hard. It is hard. And I also want to quickly jump over real quick and see what folks in the chat are saying. We go to coping mechanisms that we picked up as a children. Yeah. So if your only coping mechanism was X, Y, and Z, you probably are going to just use X, Y, and Z, right? Because they're your natural way of kind of dealing with things when things change, shift, right? And Luke mentioned, I've been thinking so much about the spiritual healing. I just feel so good to hear you shine some light on it today. Thank you, Laura. Absolutely. The healing looks very different for everyone. It's not a one size fits all kind of approach, it's very different. Especially I think so as well when you're going through it, when you have dreams and aspirations. You're hoping I get to X, Y, and Z at some point in time. And if you don't, there's that, again, those internalizations you go through. And you don't know how to verbalize and ask for resources or help or a place to hold yourself and say, hey, let's take a quick pause here and let's just check in and see what's going on. Because what happens when you don't verbalize it and process it, what do you end up doing? What do you see people end up doing? I think is that they end up doing, in some ways, it's like a slight version of like self-harm, but without intention. Mm-hmm. You don't internalize it thinking, I'm going to do this and it's going to, hurt me. You just do things without having like the intention. And then you realize like by not talking about things or not bringing things up or exploring like different coping mechanisms, you really put yourself in a much more vulnerable place to begin with as well. Mm-hmm. I want to quickly catch our geese mention our healthcare system is broken. So glad we have the community members who do the work to uplift others when we cannot access or afford our health services. And that's right. That's so true. And I think like even the work that Laura and other folk, many hundreds of people across the nation have been working in the community to really raise the awareness about mental health or about, best practices and strategies. Absolutely. Laura taught me the meaning of the worth of self-care and meditating. Yes, I know. So I know our time. Oh my gosh, I just want to make sure our time goes by so fast. I'm only doing because we can probably spend all day on this. And I really appreciate that, Laura. And I'm wondering, in your work, in your experiences, when people do and are able to process a little bit more and meditate and give themselves that energy and time, what are they able to succeed with? What are they able to move forward with?
Yes, so manifestation is one of the most awesome, fun techniques that Vet Healing teaches you too. And what that really means is that you are, it's not just intentional, it's like the way that they teach us is that you could create a list, right? And it is an affirmative list, right? An affirmative meaning ideally in my life right now, I should have. And then you list all the things that you want in your life, that you want to manifest in your life. And this can be done with the job that you want, the ideal job that you want, right? That could be like what kind of people you want to work with, what kind of salary range, where you want to work, what kind of leadership do you work best with, what kind of values that you would align with. And then with the theta healing technique, there's different types of meditation, manifestation guidance, or guided meditations out there around manifestation. But with the theta healing technique is that it's a meditation that helps you tap into your theta brainwave, which is the dream state. And so you're actually most creative in that area when your brain is in that is functioning in the theta brainwave, right? And so when you list down all the things that you want to manifest in your life, and you actually take that moment to visualize and imagine what would your life feel like, look like, taste like, sound like, and to really spend that moment really embodying your vision in your physical form. And what you're doing is you're creating that energy in yourself to attract that externally to come into your life, right? And so that's one way. Another way that my mentor taught me how to manifest too, and she's a really great visionary leader and strategist herself, is that you can draw out 3 to 5 scenarios. On one scale, one scenario is like minimum, like you're satisfied with, and then the other scale on the side of the scale is your most ideal. And then you can list like 2 to 3 things that you'll need that if you have it, it will make that scenario come true. And so that's another way that you can also practice manifestation when it comes to job searching or career building. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah. And so I also want to share with you that in manifestations, sometimes it doesn't come through because there's an energetic blockage. So that could be that you were manifesting with fear. It could be that you had, some unhealed traumas or doubts or worries, or it could be, certain relationships that are blocking you from, really, bringing that into your life. The other part too is that maybe it's not manifesting in your life because it's not a part of your divine timing. And what divine timing is in the perspective of theta healing is that these are your promises that you made as a soul that you were going to come back in this lifetime to complete. And a part of life, right, is to remember what your divine timings are, what your purpose is that you were going to carry out. And honestly, divine timing, there's no way of canceling it. There's no way of avoiding it. You're going to arrive it no matter how rich or poor, you're going to get it done. And most of the times when you meet your divine timings, when you complete it, it is better than you could imagine. So really also trust, the universe is taking care of you. You have a lot of good positive forces that are supporting you that we're not aware about, but we just got to be we just got to really take that time to practice our intuition, to really connect with those things that are supporting you in your journey.
That's so good. And I want quickly, I think Luke mentioned, how do you get rid of such blockage, right? Those blockages, like you're saying, like the fears, our own, experience and trauma. How do we essentially, I don't know if it's a true get rid of it, because we're always going to remember it, unless, you have some magical way of not remembering it, right? But I think that we don't truly ever get rid of it. It's more like we know how to address and combat it, right? But what would you recommend, or how would you approach this?
Yeah, so in theta healing, we work with subconscious beliefs, and the previous speaker, Elliot, also talked about limiting beliefs, right? So majority of our waking conscious life, we only use 10 to 20% of our brain. Everything else is 80 to 90% of our subconscious. And sometimes it's hard to catch yourself when you are muttering or uttering things like self-doubt, oh, why am I like this? Why am I like that? You're criticizing yourself. It is very possible to shift your limiting beliefs in an energetic way. And some of those blockages are emotions, right? Some of those blockages are traumas that have not been healed, have not been processed, and they come out in different ways. They manifest in different ways, right? And so one step is recognizing what might be some emotions that are making you feel like you can't achieve, or you can't do, or you can't receive, right? And really processing it through that way. Another is really reaching out and getting a practitioner or someone you trust who can be not attached to whatever it is that you're processing. I think even as a practitioner myself, when I'm doing theta healing on myself and I'm looking at my limiting beliefs and my blockages, sometimes I'm so attached to it that it's hard for me to even dig, right? And so to get another practitioner or another, loved one who can say, oh, I think I can see where you're going with this. I can see that this is probably where you're struggling, right? You might have some fears here. You might have some doubts there. You might be holding yourself back in this area, right? And so it helps to have someone be able just to be that reflection mirror with you. And oftentimes when you remove blockages, it's always important to replace it with something positive. Same thing with same thing with for example, if you're going to have issues around having fears around certain things, it's really about how do you come to a place to have courage, right? How do you come to a place where you can find courage to move forward? And courage doesn't mean that there's no fear. Courage means you can acknowledge your fear, but still move forward and not be frozen or fight or flight, in that fear piece. And so I know it's very, very surface level. I would love to talk more.
I know, but it's so valuable. And I'm hearing people in chat as well. Alejandra mentioned this was such a great chat. I needed this. So thank you. And I love listening to you talk about these sorts of things. Thank you for this. I know, isn't Laura wonderful? Oh my gosh. And I really appreciate that, especially when you were mentioning I love that part, how to and I'm thank you, Luke, for asking that question, how do you get rid of it, and how do you tackle these blockages? And I love the part about replacing it with positivity, right? And that's going to help you gain the better awareness of it and keep you moving. When you're applying for jobs out there, like Laura was saying, as well as, and what I've seen with many people is, you're going to get rejection. Expect rejection. It is part of the job search experience, right? It's part of the application process. You're going to get rejected, even from your best company that you're going to apply for the, even for future hiring managers. They're going to say no, and it's normal. It is normal. But I know that, there's a certain threshold where after a certain point of time of applying, a lot of job seekers fall into this sort of like, the blockage moment of self-doubt, and where we've been talking about, where it's like, like, am I even worth it? Now we start having the self-doubt, we start creating more blockages. And, that again can manifest in different ways. Like Laura was mentioning. And I think that, having the courage, to really tackle it on and address it, and then putting a spin on it. So that way you do, again, remind yourself that you are very well capable of it. XYZ company may not be hiring today, but guess what? They'll be hiring in the future. And there might be opportunities in the future to reapply for other positions, right? And I think that's very important for many job seekers, so that way they can keep moving on. Otherwise, I feel if you take the first no to the point of not being able to move forward, then you're dismissing and taking away those other opportunities that can really be a great fit for you. I know our time is wrapping up. Oh my gosh, not enough time. Laura, what is it? Thank you so much. And really quick, what are you looking forward to in after the pandemic? What are you looking forward to doing?
Oh gosh, I just put in a deposit to get certified to teach 2 other prerequisite courses in theta healing. So I look forward to teaching more classes, and then also finally officially launching, an official business website so that more people have access to my services and classes, and also my other colleagues who practice too. So
that's so wonderful. And Laura, right now, if folks want to connect with you and learn more about your approach, how would they do so?
I put it in the chat. So one is my profile. The other is what is theta healing. And so feel free to check it out. Definitely add me on Facebook, add me on LinkedIn. And also you can contact me through that profile link too, and to set up like a schedule or, a session or whatever it is that you may need. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much, Laura. I appreciate folks. Go check her out. Give her a follow. Connect with her. Wonderful value here about, taking care. It's a lifelong skills we're building here. It's not something like, you do one time and you're set for life. It's literally a lifelong skill set we're building here. So thank you so much, Laura. I appreciate your time and energy. All right, folks, we're going to be shifting gears. We're going to be heading over to networking. We're driving down to the last couple of sessions here. We're going to meet with Sandra. So head over to Why Networking Matters and How to Network Like a Pro. All right, we are here with Sandra. What is it, folks? We're now down to the last segment. Besides that, afterwards, there's going to be a little break and we can do some networking as well as roundtable discussion. So hang tight for those. Really quick, if folks don't know who Sandra is, let me introduce you to her. She's, up and coming, or currently career coach as well, and medical information manager. So Sandra is traditionally trained as a pharmacist and currently works at a medical information manager with a global pharmaceutical company. She is passionate about helping and empowering others to reach their professional goals. A few years ago, she started the Hmong Resume Interview Tips Facebook page to help first-gen job seekers get the latest tips to confidently and successfully land the career they wanted. She will be launching her career coaching business soon in the coming months and hopefully faster. Right? If you'd like to connect with her, feel free to reach out at her hmongresumes.interviewtips@gmail.com. So I connected with Sandra, and what is it? I'm just like head over heels about her work and her experience. And I am so ecstatic about having her join us today, where we're going to talk, and we both agree that how networking is such a vital experience for the job seeker right now or career changer. Networking is essential strategy that you have to do when you are a job seeker or you're a career changer. It is so important that you do that. And really quick, Sandra, before we get started, tell us a little bit about what's your favorite food.
So I've been listening to some of the other speakers also share their favorite food. So I am a Hmong food person. Like I love all things Hmong food. So someone like, I think Laura said pho earlier. Like I'm into pho, egg rolls, kopong. I even like the old style boiled Hmong chicken. Like I still like that too. So I'm like old traditional Hmong person right here. But anything Hmong food related, it just brings me back home. So I love it.
Yes, on my podcast last week, we interviewed Chef 𝗬𝗍, and we were just talking about that, where it's like, oh my goodness, as I age, I'm eating like my parents. I am eating like rice with water, with like, your boiled vegetable, and like your plain, like, boiled chicken and salt and black pepper. Or, like, I just miss eating like those type of food. And I remember as a kid, like I hated that. I was like, oh, that's so boring. I want a sandwich. I want
I remember
burgers.
like my parents used to love bitter melon. I don't know if you guys like have had bitter melon.
Oh my gosh. I remember I hate eating that.
Is now one of my favorite food as well. So it's so weird how like it's so true. As you age, you tend to eat more and more like your parents. At least, for me, it's true.
Exactly, folks. And again, what's one thing that you still eat from your childhood, that you're like, hey, that's something that I still go to and I eat them all the time. I was just talking about that. I used to hate melon all the time. I still, I'm not a huge fan of it, but I start to crave it slightly. And what I mean by that is because I remember growing up eating it and my mom would cook it with bacon. It's hard to eat bitter melon. And I just recently did that. And I was like, oh yeah, it's doable. And I enjoy eating, bitter melon again.
And you actually enjoy that, like that bitterness, like that slight bitterness. You're like, oh, it's actually, I like that now when I used to not. Yeah,
exactly. Well, thank you so much, Sandra, for joining today. And I just really appreciate your time and energy. I know how, busy you are, and you are in different coast time as well. So again, thank you so much for joining today.
I'm happy you invited me. So definitely happy to be here.
And I wanted people to know, and I guess, talking a little bit more about, we heard all day long about, the being purposeful, setting our goals, and hearing about things and tips and tricks throughout a whole series from folks to healing and processing. But one of the things I hope people leave with, and hopefully will lead us to the next section, is about networking. I think people often mistake what networking is and how to start those conversations, or even really understanding why it matters. So can you give us some insight about what networking is, how to approach it, right? If you're a job seeker or career changer, and if right now, during the pandemic, how do you network with people?
Yeah. So I guess just to share a little bit about networking for my personal stories with networking. Definitely growing up as a first generation student, and specifically in the Hmong community, networking was not part of my vocabulary growing up. As a child, I never knew what networking was. And I started getting more exposure as I continued on with my education, going to college and as an undergrad, going to professional school, definitely as a resident during pharmacy residency, and then as a professional. And I felt like as my career and as I progressed, that networking became ever more important. And even now today, it's so important and integral in everything that I do. But just thinking back to how I grew up and when I went to school, definitely starting at the basics, getting exposure in undergrad, now you have to go and network. So I'm like, okay, what is networking? Networking as its simplest form is really connecting with other people, getting to know other people, and how you can find an alliance so that you can succeed and they can succeed in whatever it is that you want to do and that they want to do. So I think for me, networking as its basic form is that forming an alliance so that you can accomplish something and then the other person can also accomplish something. And then just feeling comfortable with knowing that that's something that you want to do, and knowing that that's something that you have to, not really have to, but should do. And I think a lot of the times nowadays, people get maybe not intimidated, but sometimes it's just a discomfort that people have with networking, just because they're either an introvert, or they're not experienced with it, or they're not comfortable going out there and meeting individuals. They don't know what to say, that sort of thing. But, it's okay. Everyone has to start somewhere. you know?
Yeah.
Everyone has to start somewhere. And the first thing to do is just getting out there and meeting people. And I think one of the best strategies that at least has worked for me is you're looking to network. And most of the time you'll have friends who are also looking to network. So you kind of make it like a gathering, like, hey, you know, I'm going to this networking event. You know, are you interested to tag along? Go with me. Most of the time your friends are like, you know, are supportive. So they're going to say, yeah, you know, they can go and they can also network and meet people who are, have the same common interest or, you know, have the same major if you're a student or have the same profession if they're working professionals. Right. And so I think that's one of the biggest strategies, when you're starting off. And that's one of the things that I used as a student. So I, you know, encouraged my friends to go with me to networking events. And so definitely meeting other students, meeting professors, getting the opportunity to even establish a relationship with professors for like a mentorship. Definitely people helping write recommendation letters. You can network and get that way. And then not have a lot to offer because maybe I'm still a student. But what I can offer is I can share my gratitude, right? And so I think a lot of the time students or people who are at more junior level within their company, they don't really network because they're like, I don't have much to offer, right? I'm starting off and I'm still trying to get my foot wet and my foot in the door, and I'm still trying to figure things out. I don't know what I can offer these people who I'm trying to reach out to get mentorship or to get advice or to find an advisor of whatnot. But you can express your gratitude, and you can do that various ways. Like you can even write a letter just saying how thankful you are that they're able to mentor you. Or one of the things that I really found is that as a professional, you have a lot of meetings most of the time.
Yep.
And it's true. And like at these meetings, what you can do is you can say, you know, and most of the time they usually give everyone a chance to speak, you know, hey, does anyone have anything to share? That sort of thing, either at the beginning or at the end of the meetings. And you can always say, you know, I just wanted to give a shout out to so-and-so. I really appreciate their guidance and blah, blah, blah. They really, you know, gave me confidence in accomplishing or finishing this project successful. And I just wanted to say thank you. You know, like those things that kind of like spotlight an individual, even though you're not contributing maybe more than that, it's still highlighting them. It's still putting them in the limelight. And, you know, it's still like making it seem like, oh, you know, that person is a great person. And people still look up to them, even in a workplace setting, right? And so those are some of the things that I thought of like as a junior person and as a student. And then just working up more into a professional, like right previously, like a few years within my job. Like, yes, I've now networked. I have some sort of ground network. Now, how do I move to that next level, right? And so some of the things that I really thought about was I want to reach out to those people at the top. But it's kind of awkward. Like you're just like, hey, I would like to meet you, but you're not sure how to do that, right? And so one of the things that I found that was very helpful is that you network outside your organization to get inside your organization. So yeah, it sounds like it doesn't really make sense when you think about those words, but let me explain.
Yeah, walk us through this. This is good stuff, right? Like this is interesting. I'm like, what?
Yeah. So for example, when you're within a profession, a lot of people who are up there are also part of these organizations and part of these professions, right? Professional organizations, right? So what I meant by networking outside the organization is get involved with these professional organizations, and you're going to meet people through networking. And it could happen that you meet that top person or people who know that top person in your organization that can later on the line introduce you. So that's what I meant. So you network outside your organization if you find it awkward to like go directly. And sometimes that line is just like, I don't know, it just feels weird doing that. But that's one of the strategies that I've used to meet higher level people up there. When it's just like really awkward, just say, hey, I want to meet you, that sort of thing.
Yes, the big ask, right?
Exactly.
And I think that's what you're saying is something that people might not realize is fundamentally a really good strategy to do, because you are essentially getting the buy-in of other people who are connected to this higher level of people.
Exactly.
Right? So if these people who else can advocate and introduce you or compliment and say, hey, Sandra I met with Sandra who works at your company. That leader's like, oh, Sandra works for my company.
Yeah.
I should know who Sandra is, right?
Exactly. There you go. And that's like the hook to kind of like, oh, that's how I'm going to meet them. That's how I'm going to build that relationship. And that's how I'm going to be able to, if I'm doing a big presentation or something, invite him or her, and so that they see what you can do and what you can contribute to that organization. And that's a strategy that you can use if you want that next step, that next level that you want to get to.
That's so good. I really appreciate that. I want to do a quick. Oh my gosh, time goes by really fast. I just always want to check my tablet. Okay, we still have some time. Now, Sandra, tell us a little bit more. So you share with us a good strategy there about networking, the use of it, the purposeful of it, right? And share with us a little bit. How did you get involved in your career? I don't think people know. How did you start off? And I mentioned your intro already. Share with us a little bit more about how did you get started in this path?
Yeah, so it's funny. I always knew I wanted to do healthcare. I wasn't quite sure what exactly in healthcare, but I ended up becoming a pharmacist. But throughout pharmacy school and throughout going to pharmacy school, I never really even knew a position like mine existed. I always thought, oh, I can go into retail. Okay, you can't just do something because you want to do it. Like, for example, drugs that we can't just have it out there because we want to. It's based on all these clinical studies and data that we have. If a physician can't just say, I want to give this patient this drug, it's all based on research, on different testing that has been done previously. Okay. And so that's basically evidence-based medicine. And then through that, I decided, okay, well, I'm interested in that. And then I found a second-year residency in drug information. And basically that is taking the evidence-based medicine curriculum and pushing it a bit further into distilling what the clinical studies are saying, and then sharing that and how to communicate that with different providers, with patients, and with different agencies out there. And through that, I was exposed to just a little bit to the pharmaceutical companies. And so actually my first job was with a health system in Wisconsin. And basically what they did was they hired me to develop their formulary. And in this process of developing this formulary, which basically is consisting of a list of drugs that predominantly the population in that health system uses. And it's recommended based on data, science, those sort of things. Yeah, a lot of data and science, right? And so it's working with different drug companies to solicit data from them to make sure and to make sure that this list is really based on data, and this list is based on the population that the healthcare system is providing services for, basically. And so through that was my more exposure to the pharmaceutical industry. And again, my first job was through networking that I got this job. And then I was like, okay, I started looking at different positions that I could potentially get in the pharmaceutical industry. And again, I had reached out to someone with the same exact title that I was applying to in LinkedIn. That was a connection that I had, and just asked hey, I'm interested in a position that's similar to yours. Can you tell me about it? What types of things that you do? What do you find most interesting? What's most challenging? As a pharmacist, what other types of professions do you work with? Because I knew pharmacists weren't the only professionals within the pharmaceutical industry, right? And so just putting yourself out there, what people can say was, no, I don't have time, or they don't answer back. But most of the time, I think a lot of people who are professionals are very willing to help and very willing to share information. And so they did, a lot of the times they did respond back and they did share information. And that was my insight into getting more knowledge into something that I felt like I needed more knowledge about. And so that's another tip. Like, you know, if that's something that you wanted to do, like go into another, maybe not like a whole separate field, but another position or a job that you're interested in that you don't really know about, like reach out to people. They'll share information with you.
That's so good. And I'm glad that you mentioned, sometimes the worst that will happen, again, I mentioned it throughout the day, they'll just say no, they're not going to respond, you know, but the people who are in the profession, who really enjoy the work are going to, you know, be willing to respond, are going to be the ones who's going to say, yeah, let me just, you know, give you a little bit of your time, of my time with you, and then really be able to share. I would say, and I don't have I can't recall the survey or the data of the research, but when they research, a lot of corporate companies research and organizations about how people get their jobs. When we ask, you know, how did you get your jobs? A good 75 to 80% of the people that was asked reported saying, I got my job through networking. Someone referred me, or, you know, I know about the opportunity because of XYZ person. It is literally through networking. And, you know, passively applying for jobs online. Like, so again, if you are just submitting applications passively online, and when I work with my clients, I tell them it doesn't yield high results, because again, think of it this way. No one knows you. The hiring manager, the recruiter, the company, they have no idea who you are. You are among a pool of applicants, right? And they don't know you. They're less likely to remember you. And so it doesn't intrigue them to make a decision about you unless they actually recall who you are, right? So yes, that's why you write your resume and your cover letter and you interview, but to increase those odds, right? As a job seeker, I would imagine my goal is to increase some odds, to get those interviews, to get the job offers. And in order for me to really market myself more effectively, I need to network. I need to find people who are in position, who has that knowledge that I'm seeking, right? More information about maybe the hiring process, maybe information about what, you know, that the new job that, you know, I know that it's not really my dream job, but I think they work very closely aligned with one another. And reaching out to those professionals. This is what it's commonly known as social capital, right? When you have resources of people who have knowledge, who's going to be able to share with you about opportunities, you have a leverage here, an opportunity here to really show and be at the front line of applicants versus, you know, waiting for the opportunity to be posted on the big job boards, for example. And that's because if you going back, and I know we didn't get a chance to cover a lot of it about, you know, from the recruiter side, but many of them, you know, for example, like we were mentioned earlier with Carissa's point, when, you know, when we're hearing from the insider tips from the recruiters, is that they see a lot of applicants. And so your narrative and your experience and story may not stand out, right? And so in order for you to be competitive, you have to network, and network requires storytelling. It is sharing information, like you were saying, you know, where we would both benefit, right? And it's also like learning. You're learning from the expert, from that professional about what's going to be a good tool and tip here to get you started or to help you increase your odds or create more visibility. And I think that's so important. Folks, if you're listening, I'm wondering, what's one networking tip that you have utilized that has worked? And I know that there are many ways to network. I think that we often think right now, I think we talked about earlier, it's like LinkedIn. Yes, LinkedIn is a great place to really network with a lot of professionals. And, you know, one of my favorite go-to with LinkedIn is finding people who are in my dream job, right? But also joining those professional associations that you mentioned, Sindra. It's like, I think people are like, what's professional association? How do I know which one's going to be for me, right? On LinkedIn, there's so many different types. I mean, there's different types of professional associations and groups, really the groups. And I would join a few of them just so that way I can see the insight about, you know, opportunities or professionals. This is what we call the hidden job market. The jobs are being posted inside these groups that are not posted elsewhere. And it's only through these insider, right? The inside group. If you're in the circle, you have access to learn more about new opportunities before it's being posted on the big job board. And so, which is really great. And often a lot of hiring managers and recruiters that I talk to, they rely on networking because they don't really want to go through, if you think about it, right? If they're recruiting multiple positions, to go through a flood of applicants, right, for every single position is exhausting. And so they rely on their networks to find the right candidate. And so they often rely on their own networks, right? People they work with, people they have connections to, and they're sharing about those job postings that may not be posted on those job board. So sometimes when I ask people, how did you get your job? And they say, well, I got through networking. And then I will follow up with, was that job posted elsewhere? Right. And it's a mix. Sometimes they'll say, yeah, it was posted elsewhere on the big job boards. Right. But notice again, you're creating more visibility for yourself when you are in those circles to get the buy-ins, right, of your networks.
And the other thing I wanted to also share, Eva, just a few minutes here, is that networking is a process. It doesn't happen overnight. And I know that for a lot of people who it has a lot of discomfort with networking, just take it small, take steps at a time, and eventually you'll be able to get to a point where you're more confident about it. And, you know, just trying it and just keep going at it. Like, it doesn't hurt because you're always meeting people anyways. You know, you might feel like, oh, that was such an awkward conversation, or, oh, that didn't go well. But maybe to the other person, you're like, oh, that was a nice, pleasant conversation. And you just never know. So just get out there and just network. And it's going to be a process. And you know, there's different types of networking and different strategies, like other different types of strategies. And you'll be able to get there, and you'll be able to, what am I trying to say? Like, learn more about those types of networking.
Really? Yes, exactly. Because the more and I see everyone popping something in chat here about like their strategy and what works. Well, whether it be attending events, you know, starting coffee chats, absolutely. There's no, again, perfect way to do it.
Yeah.
There's no perfect way to do it. And you're finding the method that works for you. For some people, they love the events. Events is great because you can quickly, you know, find people in a big group. It's an audience. It's not you just networking. There other people are networking. So it normalizes that experience. And I love going to events. Don't get me wrong. That's why I'm looking forward to when this thing is all over, the pandemic, I'm going to network more. And what I mean by that is when I used to go to events, like the in-person stuff, I would get people's business cards, right? I think really touching on what Luke said, how do we make the most of that conversation? How do we start the conversation? Well, it's kind of similar to like, you know, you're interviewing, but it's informal. You're starting the conversation, you're sharing about who you are, you're asking them about their experience. So again, it's a dialogue, you know, you're really just starting a conversation. And to make the most out of it, let them know, like, what are your goals? You know, I'm hoping in the future to really aim towards heading towards this industry or this type of job or experiences. And I really admire and appreciate your experience and your journey. And I was wondering if you can provide some insight.
Yeah.
If you spin it that way, you're more likely to get the buy-in of this person you're trying to get information from, right? And that way, and you start connecting with other professionals that they also know and have access to.
And just to keep in mind, like when you're attending these things, the other person already knows that this is a networking event. So they're in that frame of mind already. So you don't need to be like, oh, how should I approach it? Should I ask about the day or whatnot? Like, starting how Eva had just described it is right on, because they're already in that mind. You know what I mean? So it's not going to be awkward at all.
Exactly. And yes, and I think you mentioned right there, I love connecting good people with each other. Most of the time I introduce folks with similar interests or needs to each other so they can work together. Oftentimes I'll circle back and introduce me to other people as well. So great way to expand your circle. Yes, you want to expand your circle, right? I used to, and also one of my favorite ways to follow up with people you attend at these events. So I would get people's business cards, right? At the end of the networking night, I'll probably have a few business cards with me. And then what I quickly do, and especially in between like transitioning between networks of people, I would quickly grab their card, right? I get it. And I would quickly write down the back of the card, what did I learn from this person? What can they help me with? What did we talk about? Just a few main points. And then the next day, I will send an email or a LinkedIn invite and say, you know, thank you so much for connecting with me over last night or in the previous event. And I learned so much from you in our conversation. I hope we can stay connected. Boom, I'm connected with them on LinkedIn because now I customize the personalization of that invitation. They're more likely to remember because I'm re-triggering what we talked about, right? And then once I have access on LinkedIn to connect with them, I can also see who else they're connected to. And then that's when I can probably potentially expand those connections, right? So that's what I used to do in person. Obviously, virtually it's a little harder.
It is, but you can collect email addresses still and still have like conversation with them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know our time is wrapping up. And again, this topic of networking, and when you're networking like a pro, you got to do this. You got to make very intentional approaches about it. And is it easy? No, like you were saying, it doesn't happen. It's a process. It really is a process. And thank you so much, Sandra, for sharing that and with us, that spotlight and about your experience. Sandra, if folks wanted to learn more and how to connect with you as well, how would they do so?
Yeah, so like you said earlier, Eva, when you were doing the introduction, I do have the Hmong Resumes and Interview Tips Facebook page. So they could always go there and reach out to me. They could also email, which is, I think, Hmong Resume Interview. Let me just, I can just type it in here. I'll type the email in here in the chat so you guys can reach out if you guys want. Or you can just find me on LinkedIn, Sandra Yang, and connect with me that way. So I'm open to any type of avenues to reach out.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate that. And what is one thing you're looking forward to doing once the pandemic is over?
Oh gosh, I've asked my husband to go on vacation even before the pandemic started, so I'm still waiting. I was like, I was looking at flights to Hawaii, and I was like, flights to Hawaii is around like 600, 700. We can go to Hawaii. He's like, not during the pandemic. So I'm hoping after the pandemic, he's gotten enough hints that I want to go to Hawaii. So we'll see.
Hint, take me to Hawaii. Absolutely. Wonderful. Wonderful. All right, folks, we're going to take a little break here, and then we're going to jump over to networking. And probably in the next 5 minutes, we'll actually stay on in this section so you don't have to hop off. And actually, we're going to really just get into networking in a bit. It's a speed networking style. And so in a bit, I will populate. I'm just going to quickly I'm going to turn off my screen in a bit and then quickly do a quick stretch break. So it's a bit probably in the next, probably at 2:42 here. So it's about in the next 5 minutes or so. Just do a quick stretch and really, oh, I'm sorry, 2:45. So probably in 3 minutes because we went over a little bit, but it's okay. What is it? Stretch a little bit, go quick some water really quick, or a bio break. And then I'm going to do a little speed networking so we all can network with one another as well. So hang tight. Again, stick around. Lots of ways to connect with one another, learn from one another. And then afterwards, we're going to also do some roundtable discussion for folks who want to dissect and connect a lot more. So thank you, Sandra. I really appreciate your energy and time. And folks, go do a stretch break. All right. All right, we're back really quick for folks. So glad to have everyone here. If you're still hanging out with us, comment and chat. Again, what is one thing that of all the speakers you heard from is, what is a takeaway for you? Whether it's an action item, a tool or a tip, what is one takeaway for you? And again, I wanted to quickly let folks know that